Welcome to the interview room, everybody, on this wonderful Sunday evening. We are so grateful that each and every one of you are here. And those of you who are dodging the Super Bowl, you have made an amazing decision to be here this evening because we have an amazing panel here that you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions live as we go along. And just let everybody know that we are grateful for each and every one of you, to take your time out here. And we're also grateful that you trust us with the information that we're going to give you, hopefully that we're going to share with you. The one thing about the word trust, a lot of people believe that, trust is earned. And that's actually, in my opinion, a misnomer. Trust is actually shared. And as we share information with each other, you in the chat, as well as us here on the panel, we're hoping to share logical information that will present itself to logic in about Miss Nancy Guthrie and her disappearance. That is the reason we are here this evening, and we hope that you will find some value in hanging out with us. That said, I reached out to another friend of mine today and asked him if he would be here, and he's up there in the upper left-hand corner up there on your screen, and that's Mike Miller. And I'm going to just have the guys introduce themselves one more time if you've never been to our channel. But we've added Mike to the panel tonight. And so, Mike, we'll start with you, and Bob, we'll just go across the board here, and then we'll end up with Dr. Picotto. So, Mike.
Excellent. Well, thanks, and good evening. Mike Miller. I've got 30 years of law enforcement experience. Started off U.S. Army over in Europe for a few years, then joined a Tier 1 agency here in Southern California. Hung out with the FBI for 5 years, co-managing their Joint Terrorism Task Force, and then promoted up different administrative positions, bureau commander of an international airport, all sorts of good stories, and privileged to be here and part of the panel with these respected gentlemen.
Awesome. Bobby?
Chris, thanks for having me back, and good evening, everyone. My name's Bob Gilliam. I was a cop for 36 years, many of those years as a detective. I worked a number of other assignments, including motor officer, and promoted a little bit throughout my career, and was a supervisor and later a commander of 2 different detective units.
Awesome. Johnny?
Well, good evening, everybody. And Chris, it's always an honor and privilege to be here. My name is John Lamb, and in my law enforcement career, I was a patrol cop. I was a CSI for years, a hostage negotiator, did a homicide, crimes of violence detective, then became a detective sergeant, and was the sergeant in charge of the hostage negotiation team.
Awesome. Mr. Dr. Gary Picotto.
I hate telling the story, it exhausts me. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, a researcher, book author. My main areas have been severe mental illness. I've contributed quite a lot to the literature on that, and severe violence, serial killing, mass murder in particular, spree killing, sexual assault, things like that. I'm in full-time clinical practice. I do forensic practice, and do a great deal of media and research up at Boston College with Ann Burgess. And I have the pleasure of being on the Cold Case Foundation's expert panel with Chris and Dr. Burgess and lots of other people I'm sure you've heard of. So let's jump in, Chris. Enough of that.
Absolutely. So and by the way, if you haven't, if there are, these guys, some of them have written books, and they're all going to be in the links below, but, Dr. Picotto has written, The Most Evil. And so if you haven't gotten a jump on Amazon, same with John, he's written like 9 books. Mike can marry you. He was an ordained minister as well behind the scenes. Bob can show you everything you ever need to know about Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and the list goes on and on and on. So great. It's great to have you guys here again. And by the way, just to let everybody else know, I also invited Coop. I don't know if he's going to make it, but for the record, but we may get him on the next one. We'll have everybody back again as this kind of flows. And I also invited Steve Johnson, who is tied up with his grandkids, sitting at home watching the Super Bowl instead of being with this all-star panel here tonight. And he is a expert in reading verbiage and body language, et cetera, that kind of thing. So
they're wise people. They're superb owls.
Yes,
and on Super Bowl.
And so if Greg jumps in, he was the former behavior science unit chief in Quantico. So we'll get him. We'll get him up here in a little bit with this great panel. But okay, so new developments over the last 24, 48 hours. They were back out. Investigators were back out at the house at the sister's house. Hang on, let me pull this up here real fast. They spent about 3 hours out there last night. They were seen in the garage taking photographs. I don't think they were blowing, luminol in there, Blue Star, or anything like that for obvious reasons, right? Staining and all this other stuff. And so we'll get into that, but they were out there for about 3 hours last night. They took a couple items out in a bag, and some of the field evidence techs came out wearing gloves. So that tells us they were, in there doing something of an evidentiary nature. And also the feds, the FBI showed back up to Nancy's house again yesterday and today. Well, I don't know about today, but the sheriff's out there today for sure. And then there's surveillance footage. Investigators were trying to go after it on a CCTV at a nearby gas station. Some have said it's a Circle K. There's other information floating around that it could have been an Arco or a Chevron, but either way, they're looking at they're trying to pull some CCTV footage from a nearby gas station. And then, of course, the sheriff was seen at the nearby basketball game. Well, you've got the highest profile missing person case in the internationally outside of the Olympics. People are paying attention to it. So I'm not going to I'm going to give the guy some grace, but we'll talk about, the perception of that. Obviously the guy's under a tremendous amount of pressure, with a lot going on around him, and, he's got family as well. And maybe this was a 24 hours off and he went to a basketball game, and people are giving him a lot of grief for it. But that said, and then of course we have the video, the brand new video of, the family making a plea where they said they will pay. So that said, there's a lot within the last 24, 48 hours that I think we can go over. So one of the things I want the audience, if you guys have questions, please, if you can highlight them or something like that so it gets automatically starred. If I missed you, please forgive me. It's not intentional. And mods, if there's anything else going on, we want to thank our mods. We got the best mods on YouTube, in my opinion. And we just ask one thing, that you please hit the algorithm, that thumbs up, and the subscribe button if you haven't, which helps this algorithm go forward. So let's talk about, first of all, the gas station. And I'll start off with Bobby, because I asked Bob earlier if you would, take a little time and dive into that. Bob, what can you tell us about what we may know about that thing?
Well, just what I've been able to find in news reports is a vehicle which I don't know, there may now be a description of a vehicle involved, but apparently there was a vehicle that went into the Circle K store, which is a convenience store. Of course, that has a gas station and a store attached to it. And did something at an ATM. There's no description of the person involved in this, but not long after that person left, law enforcement arrived at the same store and began looking at surveillance equipment. So really, that's all I know. There may be a refreshed, and that was from a couple hours ago that I did a little bit of research on that. So I don't have much to add to that situation. Now there is some information that there is the ATM at the store or a separate ATM at the store has some nexus to a Bitcoin. And I'm not familiar with these Bitcoin ATMs, but apparently that's a thing. So Gary, you might have more information on that. I know we were discussing off camera earlier today about that. So that's really all I have on that right now, Chris.
Okay. And Garrett, before you jump into that, let me dovetail into what Bob just said about these various types of ATM machines. So there are like 4 or 5 companies that can take cash from Bitcoin Bitcoin and convert it into cash, and they're called CoinFlip, CoinCloud, CoinMe, LibertyX, etc. And in that area, all of the stores, the Circle K stores, have this type of machine inside of the business. So, what say you guys about? We know now they may be looking for a vehicle, but I'm wondering if they hadn't, behind the scenes, received a small, donation in the wallet and see who went over to grab it. Thoughts? John?
Well, that makes sense that there was what you're talking, basically chumming or baiting to see if they'd get a reaction. From what I've been able to ascertain from the coverage, nobody has actually stated for a fact that the reason why they were there was because of this case. But I think it's pretty natural. I think we can connect the dots on this. The other thing that it makes me think is that there may be the digital wizards may be monitoring any transactions in that area that involve Bitcoin, and that they would roll to them. I mean, I don't know what their capability is, but I certainly wouldn't discount that, the potential that they would have that capacity to do that.
Yeah, and as a qualifier, those machines can only, so here's what it says. There are fees, blah, 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 and there is a limit of $1,000 to $10,000 per day, and then you have to have ID phone verification, and then you have to have a QR or BTC, and you have to wait 30 minutes for 5 to 30 minutes confirmation.
I can't see a kidnapper. Let me stand by here for 30 minutes and let the cops come.
Right. Yeah. Thoughts, Mike? What are your what's your takeaway on just initial brush? And by the way, for the record, everybody, we know that we're thinking out loud here. Again, we're not saying this is what's happening. We are, again, this panel is assembled kind of like an investigative analysis group to say, okay, what do you guys think? So that's why we're talking about this. Okay. So some of this can be speculation. We get it. We understand. But at the same time, some of it could be on target pretty well. Mike, thoughts?
Absolutely. And just to to preface it with, and just on our panel, we got 150 years of experience coming at this from different angles, and so by no means am I second guessing the cops on the ground, the FBI. Well, maybe the FBI a little bit because of my experience with them, but yeah. So you look at this, and they could be chumming the waters to see, hey, we need to do, because most folks my age have a limited knowledge of Bitcoin. So you might be saying, hey, I don't know how it works. Let me do a practice run before I send you $1 gazillion or 6 million. I want to send you 100 or a couple hundred to make sure that I do it right. Or in also good faith of, hey, we still don't have any proof of life back from them yet, which is huge. So there definitely is different. And again, the FBI and sheriff's office isn't going to necessarily tell the whole world what their strategies are either. So we're speculating, best guess, but also bringing some common sense and experience to it.
Okay, awesome. Gary, anything you want to add?
Well, I think that this whole financial aspect starts to help us better understand what might have gone on in terms of motive. And remember, we were completely in the dark just a few days ago. Now it's starting, the mist is starting to lift about the motive, and then we start to understand who did, the kind of person who would do this. But this is for the audience that didn't see the previous episodes we've done. I mean, we basically walked through all the main reasons that you tend to do something like this, and we wound up concluding that the most likely explanation is someone in a very small circle surrounding this missing woman. And then the question becomes, what would be the reason for taking or potentially eliminating the life of a person like that? And you generally are looking at things that are either financial or because the person was in the way or knew too much or something like that. And so we started envisioning some kind of wolf in sheep's clothing figure that might be right there under the nose of everybody. And what's interesting, Chris, is that if I understand correctly, this ATM activity isn't even very far away from the home, right?
Right. Within 15 minutes.
Which is, again, starts pointing to some local person who isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, as they say, right? Because, think about that for just a moment, right? So doesn't it point to a person who, let's say, wouldn't want to leave town, that would have to, that is working on something, but for whatever reason needs to remain close? And so I think that's interesting when you're thinking about it, right? In terms of who might be involved here. So then the other thing is, just think about the callousness such an individual would have to have when it starts pointing to the kind of person who would do this. You'd have to be somebody who could present one way over here and then slip away and present another way. I also think, Chris, we said at the end of that show, the last show, the four of us were on before Mike gratefully joined us, is that, we kind of started to have the sense that the cops probably know more than they're letting on. These are not idiots. They probably think a heck of a lot like we do. And it's entirely possible, like I said last time, that they're giving somebody a long rope with which to hang himself. If you have an idea who might be involved, doesn't it make sense to chum them along and kind of follow the money and imagine the dopiness of going a few minutes away from where this happened and going to an ATM? Right. The other thing is, Chris, I think is essential to repeat for people who haven't heard this before, is we know from our collective experience that ransom situations generally involve hearing from the captor within 24 to 48 hours and are generally resolved on average in about 7 days. It has been a week. This is an 84-year-old woman who doesn't have her meds, whose pacemaker stopped, at least at the time, stopped registering with the device, who has difficulty with ambulation, that it would be kind of like a precious cargo to a captor. You would take more steps to make sure that somebody is okay if your goal was to keep them alive for ransom. Unfortunately, as time goes on, what it starts looking more and more like is that the ransom thing is like while I'm at it, I might as well make a few bucks kind of thing, or a ruse. but that something else has gone on here where it becomes harder and harder to believe that we're dealing with a safe person somewhere who is going to be found. I hate to say it, and that, just think about the kind of character who could be aware that somebody might not even be with us anymore and is going after money, right? And then just think about that. And so you have to picture a very callous, scheming person who isn't as bright as he thinks he is. So what do you guys think about my thinking that the police probably know more than they're saying here, and that a lot of this points to technique?
Yeah, and I think a lot of times they will keep certain things to themselves, but at the same time, they didn't see there's a camera up on the rooftop, and they missed that.
That's an interesting comment. Yeah.
I think they missed the blood on the porch. I think somebody else found that and turned that over to them. So there's hiccups along the way. Even releasing the house, walking away from the house so soon after the reporting, there's things that we've done in our own careers that we like. Hey, I would never release the house that soon. I would never walk away from this or that. Mm-hmm. You do even the drone footage. Put your own drone up and see what you got. So there's hiccups and mistakes along the way, but at the same time, again, wanting to think the best of them and their training that they've got, of course, that they are keeping something. They're not going to tell us everything. And again, who is the lead agency on this investigation? They're working in tandem with the FBI,
right?
But who's got the lead? There has to be a captain of the ship, and I'm not even sure if that's been made clear, because you could have these tangent investigations that arise, and local sheriff takes this side and FBI takes that one.
You know, that's a really great point, Mike, and that's why I think, and you guys tell me what your feelings are. I think there is a parallel. You know, there are two trains going here, right? You've got I think the sheriff realized really fast, you know, wow, this is, you know, I've got a PhD now, pilot higher and deeper. This thing's going too quick. Never had to do this before. And that's to your point earlier where, you know, they jumped into this and then, you know, realized, oh, wow, this could be a murder. That's why the homicide guys were there. Okay. And then he got in the press conferences and, you know, that's for another show. And then the feds come in because now these ransom notes start appearing. Okay. And you know, they do their thing on that kind of thing. And I believe right now at Nancy's house, you know, the sheriffs are out there, and I think they're pulling a lot of the attraction that direction, while something or somebody is over the shoulder here. I mean, how many times have we said, yeah, over there? Okay. And then just kind of move everything that way. And meanwhile, you know, we're in the bushes over here. So I don't know how that's being coordinated, but, you know, what do you guys think about that? Because last night, you know, to your point, they show over at Annie's house, you know, for 3 hours. And next thing you know it, they're inside of the garage and you see all the lights and all the action going up.
I think what likely happened is they've had a meeting of the minds back at sheriff's headquarters, and they've decided that the FBI needed to step in and recanvass both the crime scene, Nancy's residence, and then, as you indicated, at the daughter's residence, Annie's residence. And that, so the FBI, and I mentioned this the other night, but just so Mike knows where I'm at with the FBI, I was a NA grad in 2012. So I've been through their courses, and I'm like many have. And but the FBI, when their evidence collection team comes in, they want to do everything themselves. Now, it doesn't mean that they wouldn't accept some of the evidence collected by the sheriff's office, and that's got to happen, as we all know. But they were going to go in and they're going to rescreen every inch of the house, both homes in this case. That's why I think we saw the agents, the FBI agents, out on the grounds with flashlights at night, scouring the grounds of Nancy's house. And I believe they did the same thing at Annie's house as well. So my understanding is they spent several hours, I think 4 hours at Nancy's house last night, and then about 2.5 to 3 hours at Annie's house. So you can just imagine what they were doing in there. Most of the reports indicate that they were at least taking photographs. We know that there was a lot more going on than photographs. So from an investigative standpoint and behind the scenes, I think that's what's going on. At least that would be my best guess at this point. And it sounds like, the sheriff perhaps made a command decision, and probably a good decision, in my opinion, to relinquish the evidence gathering and both crime scenes to the FBI. Now, just one more comment, and I agree with Mike. He and we did discuss this the other night as well. I don't think anybody on this panel would have released the crime scene as quickly as they did from that initial search warrant, because every time they go back, they've got, or at least they should, renew the search warrant or write a whole new search warrant, which means judicial approval. So that's a misstep. And there's going to be missteps. The sheriff, we can talk about the sheriff's press conferences again a little bit, but there's going to be missteps. And but right now, I think, at least from my point of view and from what I've seen, this whole case is looking very hard at something that has occurred, or something involving Annie and her husband, and their residence. Well, that's what it appears to me.
Let me ask something, Chris, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Is it all right to ask you a question? Now, Chris and I, we're not friends for no reason. I've learned to think like Chris, and he's learned to think like me. So I have a question.
That's
Chris.
Dangerous.
That's dangerous. It is. Get out. So
I'm registered.
Right. So, Chris, here's my question to you. What do you think about the point that, technically speaking, we don't really know that house, Miss Guthrie's house, was the crime scene?
Right.
Theoretically, that could be a staged crime scene.
Correct.
Someone could be eliminated somewhere else, pass away, and be transferred, and then you go to the house and make it look like they were in their home and there was an invasion. And so my question is, if that happened, would that explain looking at the cars, looking at people's cars?
Well, let's go through the timeline based on what you're asking. Okay.
Because I know you, Chris, and I know you've had that thought.
Well, yeah, I think all of us on this panel have probably thought the exact same thing. But so to your point, so let's go through.
Put blood drops there. They don't have to be right. Yes.
Well, they're 90 degrees. So if you had a syringe, hypothetically, you can just go like that and bingo. But that said, I don't want to go off on a
like a rabbit hole. But I'm just curious, because from an investigative perspective, we don't actually know that was a crime scene.
Yes, exactly. So let's go through and let's break this time down, line down. And this is why it was so weird, to be honest with you, that this amount of information that the sheriff threw out to the public. 5:32 p.m. Saturday, Nancy is, taking an Uber to Annie's house for dinner and games. Okay, first of all, she's only a couple of miles away. Why not just go over and pick your mom up? That's a question mark for me, but maybe they had a system down where they picked her up by the Uber, and they've interviewed the Uber driver apparently. And he said, yeah, well, I picked her up and drove her over.
That's confirmed?
Yeah. Allegedly. The sheriff said we interviewed the Uber driver.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Second, she's brought back home at 9:48 p.m. Now, where does this come from? It comes from interviews, family interviews. Okay. And who drops her off? Both Annie and her husband drop her off at home at 9:48 p.m. Okay. The garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. So 2 minutes to get mom from the car into the house. Okay, 2 minutes. At 01:47 a.m., which is approximately 2 hours or almost 3 hours later, 2 hours and 47 minutes later, approximately. And these are all approximate times, but they're given by the sheriff in a public press conference. The Nest doorbell camera disconnects. At 02:12, a person is seen on camera by some type of software. And Bob brought out a great point on our last conversation. If it's a battery operated camera, then even when you take it off, it's still going to keep rolling, and it's still going to keep, uploading to a server or something. They've seen something somewhere that they have identified it as a person. Okay. We don't know what that is. At 02:28, her pacemaker app disconnects from her Apple Watch. Okay. I've done a little research and looked at some cardiologist stuff, and the Apple Watch can disconnect from the phone depending on how it's programmed. Some are programmed to report hourly. Some are programmed to report in quarters, like, every 4 hours. And then some are programmed to report every 24 hours. I think we would all agree there are search warrants headed out, and those things have been in motion about what her frequency is in relationship to that, that particular pacemaker.
But Chris, let me make sure I'm comprehending something.
Sure.
So theoretically, a person who's taking the camera offline or whatever, they don't necessarily have to be in the immediate proximity of the victim. The victim could be held in one place, and the other person drives over and prepares the house and then the disconnection of the pacemaker doesn't have to be in the immediate vicinity of the house. It could happen anywhere. So in other words, theoretically, you could have a person who scoots over to the house and prepares the scene while another person is holding or the victim is just kept somewhere, correct?
That would seem possible. Yeah.
Right.
And
so the disconnection of the pacemaker doesn't rule in, because people are saying, well, the person has to at least be alive until the pacemaker disconnects. But this preparation could be occurring while the victim is somewhere else.
The only thing the pacemaker tells us right now is she is away from the device that it sends to.
Right.
That's what it tells us. And there, it was reported there was a spike, in her pacemaker activity.
Right.
Which a cardiologist has explained, well, that could just be stress. That could be, anything, right? He's not saying it's a proof of life or a proof of death right now.
Okay.
And so at 11:57 a.m., so basically at 8 or 02:28, her pacemaker disconnects. 11:56 a.m., the family checks on mom in the morning. So how many hours is that? 7, 8 hours almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got 8 hours that the suspect has time to do whatever they want to do, hypothetically, if she's away from that app.
Wait, hold on. Uber dropped her off, and then everybody just assumed she was home safely and didn't check on her for.
No.
No.
It was the family.
Yeah, her daughter and her son-in-law allegedly dropped her off.
Okay, that's
Tommaso.
what I want to understand. So where does the Uber come in?
9:48.
Where does the Uber dropping her off come from?
We should know that Uber picked her up
Picked her up. Got it.
at 5:32.
Got it. Okay.
And
Clear.
drops her off at Annie's house.
Got it.
Okay. 12:03, approximately 7 minutes later, on scene, the family, 911 is called. Mom's missing. Now, interesting note here. When we do the math, approximately, from the garage door closing, the Nest 147, all the other stuff, disconnection, there's maybe 39, 40 minutes, and these are all approximate times. The suspect is with Nancy in the house. So that's going to lead to a question for the panel. What do you think? Why is a suspect going to raise their risk level? Mike, I'll start with you up there. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think they're not going to raise the risk level. The home wasn't ransacked. It wasn't, there was no theft. Her wallet was still there. Her money is still there. All of her valuables are still there. So it's very targeted what they're doing in there. Could they be, to Gary's question, setting it up to look like an abduction, setting it up to look like something that it's not? And I think it's very viable. It's a great question to ask, and how that's playing out, time will tell.
Yeah, so we discussed this the other night, Friday night, but to both Mike and Gary's point, we have to remember that the initial law enforcement response were patrol deputies that responded to a missing person out of the house. The back door was left open, and it was patrol deputies that responded to the missing person call that actually discovered the blood on the front porch. So they did discover it. But and I mentioned this the other night, and I'll say it again. When you have a missing adult, especially an at-risk adult in this scenario, you're going to search the house thoroughly. And that is probably being done by deputies, and perhaps deputies with the family members that know the house there. And so I went back today and watched the sheriff's his first press conference in this case. And he indicated in there that for the first, and this timeline is mine, not his. He didn't say this, but from the way I understand his comments from that press conference, the first 8 to 12 hours, they thought they had a missing person and didn't realize, or at least didn't come out and say that they had a homicide scene until the next morning. And that's when they brought the homicide detectives in. So my point in bringing this up again is, if the patrol deputies didn't ping this location as a homicide scene, there may not be obvious signs of a homicide in that residence. So that would go to Gary's point and Mike's. So the door being found open, it was that staged. The blood drops on the front porch, was that staged. Those items, as Mike said, left in the house, the personal items, the Apple Watch, the phone, etc., were those left there to be staged. We know that the suspects were there for 40 minutes or so. So, what were they doing there? And I think those are good questions to ask. And so you got to look at this from an entire situation standpoint when you're trying to go down the timeline, because law enforcement got there, I don't know the exact time, but sometime around noon or a little after noon on Sunday, a week ago today. And then the sheriff's first news conference was Monday, mid-morning Monday, I believe, or early in the morning Monday. And that's when he said he had called out homicide detectives. And this was a homicide scene, is the way he said it.
Okay, John.
Okay, so we lost a lot of time there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Bob, you bring up a good point. So part of my patrol years back in the day was in a community called Leisure World or Laguna Woods, which is all elderly. And so very often somebody would walk away from their house, family turns up missing, or reports them missing. One of the things, and I forget how fortunate I was with my department. We had volunteer reserves that had canines that would go, and bloodhounds and whatnot, that would take the scent and run with it and find out where that scent was. And I don't know if the Tucson area has similar resources available to them, or if they were called in.
Border Patrol.
For that missing person, canines should have been brought in, because you got the family's frantic, I'm sure, because to them she's truly missing. The deputies, you have to convince the deputies how urgent it is, and then apply the appropriate resources to that urgency.
Yeah, and I neglected to mention that tonight, Mike. The Border Patrol was there
With dogs?
with their dogs. Yes.
Okay,
they were
okay,
there.
good.
Yeah.
I missed
So
that.
they
Thank
did
you.
a thorough search, and the sheriff did mention that, along with their volunteer search and rescue team. And once they identified it as a potential crime scene, they pulled all of the civilians out of there, locked it down as a crime scene, and homicide came. So, yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, the tracking and looking for a missing person and then calling it a homicide scene, obviously those are two very, very different scenes.
Yeah,
Right.
Johnny, weigh in.
Well, the first thing that occurs to me is that we need to keep one theory in play is that she never went in the house at 9:48. We have a garage door activation, and we have a report from the people who drove her to the residence that she went inside. But we don't, in fact, have any actual proof that she entered the residence. The other thing that strikes me, and we were talking about the activity, the almost reignition of the investigation last night, leads me to wonder if they received some sort of information that also led to them. They were searching cisterns and sewers and supposedly like septic tanks.
Yeah.
Which would be,
by the way, it's all septic back there.
it's all septic. I've got septic here, and the thing about it is that would be an ideal location to, and I'm not saying that this is what has happened to this poor lady, but if I was hoping to dispose of a corpse in a desert region, I'd want to put it in a place where there would be a rapid, for starters, elimination of the decomp smell that the dogs could work on. Mm-hmm. And, but the fact that they went out and began looking for it 6 days afterwards, I just have the sense that either somebody new is in charge of the investigation or they received some information that has led them to explore that possibility.
Chris, can I just jump in and correct? Let me correct something.
You guys, just go.
Okay. Let me just correct something I said a moment ago. The sheriff did not identify the home as a homicide scene initially, and I misspoke there. He did identify it as a crime scene. So right. Whoever wrote that in the chat, thanks for correcting me, because you're absolutely right. He did not say homicide initially. He said it was a crime scene.
But this point is more important than it might seem at first, because when you think about it, in order for people to go in and think that it was an abduction site, that it was a missing person situation, there had to be very little evidence of something really awful happening to somebody in there. Right. And that, to me, supports the idea that if something happened that led to bleeding, for example, it was somewhere else, because that house looked pretty undisturbed, probably. Unless you mess the bedding up and kind of make it look like somebody came in a certain door or whatever. So I just kind of wonder if that helps support the idea that something probably happened elsewhere, and somebody then goes over and puts some blood and makes it. Now it could also be, of course, doesn't rule out officially something happening there, but it is something to sort of wonder about.
So let's go down that. Let's go down that lane.
What you guys think about that point?
Mike, what were you going to say?
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I mean, as a patrol deputy, if I've got a missing person and I see something, whether it be a messy bed, furniture tipped over, something not normal, I'm looking to pass that thing off to homicide, because I don't want to sit there for the next 10 hours working it. I want homicide to come in and take over. So I'm looking for things that are disturbed. And to your point, it's a great point. If I'm there for the missing person and I don't see those things,
right,
then that's just a missing person, and the sheriff homicide doesn't come in for another 24 hours, because nobody saw anything until it got enough push from the family or publicity or phone calls were made to the point of no, switch this to homicide and get the patrol guy out.
Well, and the family got there first. And obviously they called the sheriff. So they had been in the house. The back door was open. They had been in the house, so they didn't identify it as a homicide. So you didn't walk in and find a pool of blood or a large fight scene or anything like that, apparently, or else they would have said that to the sheriff, and they wouldn't have been treating that as a missing person.
And that would lead to a lot of, we really believe she's out there, and okay, until you go, oh, wait a minute, maybe something happened somewhere else, and that's where there was more evidence of something worse. And and then
which was interesting how he positioned that, because he said, in the press conference, we came to the conclusion that a crime had occurred in there, but he didn't say what.
Right.
Yeah, and they had all those assets out there looking for her all night. They spent all night out there looking for her. Yeah. So this wasn't they went home at midnight to reconvene the next morning at 7 a.m. They were out all night. And so at the conclusion of the search, they determined that they put their heads together, obviously, and determined that with some blood there and maybe some other things that didn't look right inside the house, that they have a crime scene. So that would make sense.
Okay. So let's go down this lane for a second. And before we do that, I want to thank everybody that's in the chat. We got 14,000 people here right now, and we're grateful to each and every one of you that are taking your time out. It is a wise decision, though, instead of watching the Super Bowl. No, I'm kidding.
Are you going to sing for us, Chris?
Exactly.
I'll show the videos.
I know you will.
Well, Chris is waiting. He wants to see the replay of Bad Bunny's halftime show. That's what Chris is really waiting for.
Yeah. Okay. So that said, first of all, I want to just kind of lay out there, what the rules are, right? For all of us that we know on the panel, but for those of you who may not know, the first deputies on the scene, when they get there, and they're trying to determine what they have. Okay, under the law, it's called exigent circumstances, based on the fact that you got an 84-year-old woman, no history, no, yada yada, and there appears to be some maybe blood or something to that effect. So they can go into that house, they can process that house, right away. They can do the things that give us an indication that is a proof of life or something. And it also gives them the authority under the law to go out and find this person. And you can search anywhere you want in that house, the attic, underneath the house, whatever you want it to do, you can do it under those conditions. Okay. The moment law enforcement says, you know what, we may have a bigger thing here. Okay. And they pick up the phone and the homicide guys get there. The first thing the homicide guys are going to say is the scene secured? Do we have consent to go into the house? And if we do, who has dominion and control over this house? Is it just Miss Guthrie? Or is there a power of attorney? Is there a will or, blah, blah, blah. And you go down that lane. The best decision ever to make in those circumstances is you call your supervisor and you say, here's what I got. Okay. And they're all laughing. Here's what I got. Okay. I need a warrant. Okay. Yeah. You're going to get on the phone with a DA and a judge, and you're going to do a telephonic warrant. And the judge is going to say, okay, detective, sign now. And you sign the judge's name. You date it. It's all recorded. Okay. And you hang up the phone and you go back in and you start to work that scene. Now, under the law, you own that scene right now. Law enforcement owns that scene. That's where the tape and all the other stuff that comes out. Okay. And anybody that walks under that tape, you hand them a log and say, sign here. Okay. And that's how you keep the sheriff and the chiefs and all the hoo-ha's away, okay, because they don't want to go on that witness list. All right. In this case, okay, the moment the tape came down, guess what? The clock starts all over again. Mm-hmm. because they have relinquished control of that crime scene. So when we talked about this the other day, when all of us saw the cops go back, the first question was, what is going on here? So my question was, okay, well, who has control over that house or the estate? Is there a power of attorney somewhere? Now that could be either of the daughters or the son. Mom may have given them power of attorney, or she's listed somewhere where they're over her affairs because of her age, and we don't know that yet. And they can sign these consent forms on behalf of their mother. Can you guys think of any other scenario where they could just arbitrarily walk back into that house, the cops?
No, and I'd like to know what if they went to go get a new search warrant, did they have to provide new and fresh information? You don't put on the search warrant, we didn't look hard enough last time.
Some jurisdictions you can renew an old warrant if you go to the original issuing judge. You can just have it renewed. Okay, Mike, any thoughts on this?
No, because there's nobody else in the house, so there's no exigency to go back in.
Okay.
You know, the goldfish, they might not get fed, but that's not enough to go in.
Okay, so we all agree. Okay, so now this is the curveball. They show up at Annie's house. They impound her car. The only thing I can think of is she was allegedly, or not necessarily her, but somebody in that family dropped mom off at that 9:48 p.m. time. The cops went back, or the agency went back and impounded the vehicle. Okay. And now that you can, so everybody understands, right? We're walking them right through correct protocol. For that, you have to have some type of information, either conversation with family members and say, hey, so how'd your mom get home? Well, we drove her home and we dropped her off at such and such. Okay, I'll tell you what we have to do, and I'd like your consent. What's that? We'd like to process your car. Do you give us permission to process your car? Yes. Okay. If they say no, which they can, anybody can, no, you can't look in my car, all bets are off, and you go to a judge and you say, Your Honor, we have reasonable suspicion to believe that this car was used to transport this 84-year-old woman, and these were the last people that saw her in that car. We would like to process it, and the reason being is there's blood on the porch. We found this in the house, this, and this, and this, and you have to lay out an affidavit of probable cause. Can anybody on the panel think of another reason?
I can't think of another reason, but I think you'd be foolish not to get a warrant, because that warrant's going to protect you down the line in prosecution. Oh, yeah. So getting consent is too flimsy. Yeah, they signed the paper, it was under duress, or they say no. They could say no, and then you, like you said, they called your bluff. So I think a prudent investigator would get the warrant and then go get the car.
Absolutely.
Freeze the car too. If they said no, well, that's great, but you aren't driving away in it. You would actually freeze the scene,
right,
and get the search warrant. And as Mike observed, a signed consent form, defense attorneys giggle at that, because they can turn it around and say, the person who signed it saying, well, I was surrounded by cops and they had guns and I felt that if I didn't, they were going to hurt me. And none of it has to be true. But if they say it and the judge or magistrate thinks that it's possible, you can lose that evidence. So why roll the dice? Get the warrant.
Okay. which leads now to the next piece of this. ICAC shows up with the UFED, and we've gone over this, right? Okay, Mike, you've run task force. You ran the Joint Terrorism Task Force. You were a commander on the JTTF for the audience here in Orange County, California. You guys have been there, done that. That's a huge, how many square miles is Orange County?
A lot.
Okay, it's a lot. Okay. Mike he's cross-sworn. His guys were responsible for catching terrorists. Okay. Mike, I come to you, okay, and say, hey, ICAC's at that house. What are you thinking?
I think that while ICAC is, I mean, their acronym deals with child pornography and stuff of that nature, at the end of the day, they're computer experts. So it's more or less, hey, what problem do we have in front of us? Okay, I have a team with that solution. You can call them ICAC, you can call them ABC, you can call them XYZ. But those are the professionals to be brought in to tackle that problem in front of us. So while I don't want to get caught up into their acronym or their focus, but they do have expertise that can be used, and that's the benefit of a task force. So you got all these resources available to you that you can bring in for specific situations. So I think the expertise that they're bringing in is more computer savviness and what they can get off cameras, computers, whatever else electronic-wise is in the house. If her pacemaker is separated from her iPhone, that means her phone is there at the house. So there's data available on that, and leads to follow up on there too.
Okay, so you have ICAC going to the sister's house, and how do they correlate that back to the 84-year-old woman missing, whatever, 2, 4, 5 miles apart from one another? How do we make sense of that from the panel?
Well,
I
think
this would be a stumper, a good one to think about.
we don't know whether there was regular communication between Ms. Guthrie and her family via computers or the phones. You don't know whether, just as a matter of course, because these were the folks who dropped her off, I would want to be looking at their computers, if only to eliminate them from the possibility that they were conducting searches such as, where to buy tarps and shovels. You would want to know what they were doing. So, and I would think that any member, any person connected with this family would have to understand that they're going to come under that sort of scrutiny. It's just because, let's just say, for instance, it's somebody else. When it comes to a court case, the defense attorney is going to point at all the other people you didn't check on. Well, why didn't you check on their computer? How do you know that evidence wasn't there? So some of this is simply due diligence to avoid problems later on in court.
Okay, Bob.
And I do believe Savannah Guthrie is staying at her sister's house, so they could have gone there and gotten all the computers at once, or all the phones at once. The other thing, if we're to not look at it with a closed mind and keep our minds open, there could be two different crimes going on. You've got the missing person, or the potential homicide, whatever we want to call it right now, the missing person. But then let's say on the brother-in-law's phone, he's got pictures of an illegal deer hunt, and he got, he had a tag for one deer, and he shot 5, and so now they could be looking at something as simple as that, and needing to forensically download his phone with those images of his illegal deer hunting expedition that's unrelated to the case.
I love the way you've laid that out. That's awesome. Bob, I see your mind going. What's up?
Well,
let's play
I agree
through this.
I agree with pretty much what everyone's saying here so far. But just to be fair, some of this could be the ICAC detective downloading the information to either verify or eliminate some aspect in a conversation maybe that occurred. We don't know how Nancy and Annie communicated. Maybe sometimes it was via email, maybe sometimes it was text message, and so we just don't know. So it may not be that they're focusing on them, although I tend to think that they are. But they could just be verifying some information that they gleaned from Nancy's house.
Okay, Gary, I chime in.
Well, the reason, and let me be clear, I and all of us are not casting aspersion towards a particular potential suspect or whatever. It's very important that we emphasize that. But part of the reason that I've been kind of horrified about even the possibility of a person in the family dynamic being potentially involved is because then think about what the implication of that would be. That somebody who is related or through marriage related to a person is pretending that a person has been abducted to collect money in some electronic way through a ransom for a person that's probably not even with us anymore, potentially, right? And then might additionally collect money through an inheritance or some kind of association with the family. What you wind up with is a horror story of a kind of double whammy scheme, which theoretically could lead to windfalls all around and so forth. And I hope to God that is not true, because it's just so horrifying about what that would. And so you have to think about that would be the implication of the idea, right? That you got to just think about that a little bit. And then, of course, if that were true, it would fall right into the bucket of what I've called in the literature elimination murder, right? Where you stage a thing that something isn't because you're taking somebody out of the way because they are an impediment to something like money or freedom because they know something or things like that. And as I said, if that I've been saying for weeks, not weeks, for multiple episodes, excuse me, for days, is that if that's what happened, it's always staged to look like an outsider. That is so common in what I call elimination murder that I've made it one of the criteria. The criteria for elimination murder is that you draw attention away by creating the picture of an outside intruder, right? And but it always gets caught because the person doesn't know how to do it well. And so I gave the example previously of the Lizzie Borden case. I know she was exonerated, but believe me, she did it. And in that case, where you staged the idea of an outsider, I mean, she did things that were so goofy, like rolling up her father's jacket that he meticulously took care of and putting it under his head to make it look like he was taking a nap on it. And forgot that you wouldn't leave the money in his pocket and the jewelry on his fingers if you want something to look like a crook broke in. That kind of thing. Stupid mistakes. Now, I am not saying that that's what happened here, but I think it's interesting to think about that if it did happen, the kind of character you'd be dealing with, and the cruelty that would involve.
Tell us about the psychology of that guy. Who is this guy?
Whoever this person is.
Meaning that character. Tell us about the character.
Whoever did this, I would say, I am convinced is somebody who is a wolf in sheep's clothing, who would be known to this victim and probably would have her trust. Perhaps in dark moments, she would have had bad feelings about this individual, but would have had some kind of trust for this person because this person knew things about her life clearly and her home and everything else. So there was an intimacy between these people. And that would imply a person who has a double life, who is a compartmentalized person who on the surface looks one way and in private is a scheming, kind of arrogant person who thinks that he's smarter than everybody else and has a dark side. And I also think it would be a person who thinks of people in a transactional manner, that this is your use to me and I'm entitled to do what I want. So that I think you have to picture a person who probably has a personality that other people at different points in the person's life would have gone, that's not a very nice thing to do. That's not a very nice person. That's kind of a grudgy person. That's a nasty person. That's a calculating person. Because personality issues of that type, you don't hide them very well. You might have a temper. You might be kind of, calculating or cunning or Machiavellian. But that's the kind of character you're dealing with. And for those kind of people, you also have the additional tragedy when the whole thing is over. If that's what went on here, you have the additional tragedy of people realizing that something was right under their own nose, and they might have even loved or known the person that was in. That adds to the tragedy. I've had to deal with people who are affected by things like that. Now, I'm only saying this, putting this out there, because the media is focusing so much on people that are in the circle. So I just want to sort of to think about following that to its logical end, what the implication of that would be. The thing is, we also have to entertain the possibility that there's a total outside situation. And if that were the case, it looks like it would be financial in nature, but not professional. This is not a cartel hit or something. This is bonehead stuff. And I think between all of us, we could think of at least 5 things that this person did that were really stupid. If you were trying to make something look, you know what I mean, like a person came in and abducted. It's interesting also that it reminds me so much of the kinds of things that you see in mafia kind of stuff. It has that kind of flavor. Like, I have somebody and I pretend they're still alive and try to collect a ransom, and
which they did a lot of in the 70s. Remember?
Got a little bit of
In
like
Italy.
a mafioso.
Oh, in Italy, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think that any professional group did anything like that.
Well, the son-in-law was in Italy till he was 30,
Well,
and he's 50.
well, I'm not casting
No,
any.
I'm just saying that
I just think it's interesting. That reminds me of
okay,
mafioso.
but that's factual in nature. Okay, this is a fact. I mean, basically, meaning there's this, he he's into the family, but he's only been there for quite some time. But he lived he grew up in Italy.
That makes me wonder about Kash Patel and people being there who might be interested in immigration elements.
I don't know. I'm just.
But we don't
thinking
know.
out
That's
loud
what you're implying. But
you
that's
brought up
interesting.
the mafioso concept.
Well, has anyone seen Tommaso? Or I haven't heard anything about him other than he is in that circle that Gary mentioned. I certainly haven't, he's not in any of the videos. There's been no mention that I've heard. Has anybody else heard anything about him other than just speculation?
No, but let me be clear. The only reason we're going down this path is because the media is, and I just think we have to be very fair to people.
Yeah,
there's been no suspect, and that's been announced or anything like that. But it's interesting as a thought experiment to go.
There are no suspects, no persons of interest. We all get that, right? But
we have to be fair to people,
Yeah, but if we look at the victim risk continuum, and all of us here, okay, over 150 years of combined experience here, and then we add you, Gary, we're at 190, okay, 198 with your age. And so if we add up all this total experience, it's almost 200 years of experience right here, hypothetically. Okay. All right. I think we can all agree that this is a very low risk victim, right? I mean, show of hands.
Right?
Yeah, agreed.
Yep.
Very low risk victim.
Definitely.
So there's a higher probability, right, that the perpetrator is known or has crossed paths with the victim. That means it could be the delivery people, the pool people, who's cleaning her house, who's, done her roofs, who's changed her light bulbs, who's taking, care of her, who's given her rides. Those people would all be in the circle, including the family, right?
That's just due
Yes.
diligence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So low risk. This is not, like you said, Gary, some cartel hit. So let's just go down that lane just for a second, because Mike has done a lot of, terrorist stuff. He's dealt with cartels. All of us here have had our fingers into that game. All of our agencies were within 30 miles of the border, and et cetera. But Mike, I mean, what's your take on either keeping that on the table or off the table, and why?
I think it's got to go off the table because it's too clean. If they were to do something, if they're going in there to let me back up. Traditionally, when someone's kidnapped for ransom, it doesn't get publicized, and it's very quick and it's over. And they don't publicize it because if you kidnap grandma and the family pays $5 million, then the next person's going to kidnap grandma again, and somebody else will get paid $5 million. So those don't get advertised. And so it's definitely, I don't think it's for ransom. I don't think it's for money. It's going to be, to Gary's point, something a little bit closer to home. Is there, a family argument? Is there money due? Is there,
right?
But it's sloppy in the
and
sense
stupid,
that
and stupid.
Yeah.
Yes. Stupid. It's not a brilliant scheme, but somebody thinks it's brilliant.
Right.
Well, whoever did this, it obviously didn't go by plan. Things went terribly wrong here in this whole scenario, and they're covering their tracks the best they can. I mean, this whole business of the notes and all of this just makes absolutely no sense because they're doing everything that a traditional kidnapper would not do. So
Right.
It didn't go to plan. I think that's safe to say. And so now they're just kind of shooting from the hip and really don't know what to do. Whether that they watch something on TV about Bitcoin being the ransom money, or if this has something to do with, who knows, some mafia connection or some I'm not suggesting the mafia did. I'm just saying some
Or send it over.
emulating the mafia is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
This is like somebody who's watched too much television.
Yes.
And they thought they came up with the perfect crime.
Exactly.
And you nailed it, Bob. The perfect crime unraveled on them, and they're not smart enough to figure their way out of it. So they're shooting from the hip. They're dancing as fast as they can, because watching television does not prepare you to commit crimes. And
especially at this level.
Yeah, exactly, at this level. But to me, there's almost like somebody watched too many episodes of Murder, She Wrote or Columbo.
Right.
And thought, this is going to work. And they're probably experiencing some form of their brain gears are locking up because their perfect plan, which really wasn't, has now come apart. Now what do they do?
Right. And we should clarify for the audience, the reference to the mafioso thing is not to imply that any of us thinks that a group like that was involved. It's simply that it looks like somebody doing a pathetic impersonation.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. And I think that is exactly correct, that this is somebody where, to add to the profile of this person, this is a cerebral person who thinks that he's smarter than other people. I say he because probability points toward a male ringleading or solo committing such an offense, but not very well. And of course, the other thing about Bitcoin is you could easily send it to some overseas location that you intend to go to later. But I think all you need, the privacy is one of the big appeals of Bitcoin, right? Don't you need a government issued ID to even go to one of those ATMs?
Well, you have to.
I don't know.
You have what I've learned is you have to show, there's like your wallet and that's why I thought, and we could be way off. I could be way off on this point, but
yeah,
you're not the sharpest tool in the shed if
right.
They did a head fake, the whoever behind the scenes said, we'll give you a couple $1,000, show us that mom's alive. Okay. And boom, they deposited it into the wallet. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to, I don't want to go too far down that road for obvious reasons, right? Because
That's interesting to think
she's
about.
still out there. But the fact that they swooped on that gas station and took the CCTV and then said, yeah, we're looking for, now they're looking for a car. But for all we know, the guy got out, went to the ATM machine and, took the bait.
Well, and
you could also have a clerk that if they're looking at 2:00 in the morning,
right?
The clerk calls in the tip line and says, "Hey, I work the night shift at Arco, and this car pulled up at 1:30. We don't get any customers between midnight and 5 a.m."
Yeah, that's great.
Right. So one car shows up and goes,
point.
"It may be worth looking into," and they swoop down and grab that tape.
Yeah.
But my question is, what benign reason is there that you'd be looking at septic tanks?
Well, you're going to do that automatically.
But why? I mean, I think it will be helpful for the audience to understand, because the audience heard that, and what they heard was, oh yeah, they think this is a homicide. Why else would you look at septic tanks?
Rule it out.
Yeah.
Well, rule it out or rule it in. I mean, judging from the circumference of the cistern that they were, I don't know if that was a septic or a cistern. It looked more like a cistern to me, a water tank, than a septic tank. But you could easily fit a body down into that cistern, from what I saw. So, or obviously any other evidence that you wanted to discard. But let's let's state the obvious.
Could be a corpse. Could be any.
State the obvious. That's what they're
dig it up, though, right? We all agree we're going to dig it up and put it and take it away.
Well, they're going to empty it first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that happen tomorrow, if they believe that perhaps the victim is there, or that there's significant evidence. They're going to come in, dig, empty that, drain it completely to see what's there. So, or not. So, I don't know if the initial search by the sheriff encompassed that cistern or the septic tank or not, but it certainly has now with the FBI doing that. So
let's Mike, did you have something else you wanted to say?
No.
Okay. What are your thoughts about them going back for over 3 hours last night to Annie's house?
So again, that's interesting. It's all going back to what do they know? What are they learning?
Right.
And who's at the house? If any of them are still there, the family could be packed up and moved into a hotel just for their own privacy, and not there at all.
So I did hear that that the Guthries are no longer at Annie's house, and apparently they have not been there for a few days. They're staying elsewhere, hotel, or maybe friends or family or other family members, but they have not been there in the last few nights, at least, according to several media reports. And of course, they've got the place staked out. So I'm pretty sure that's accurate information.
So what are they doing in the garage? Thoughts? There was evidence that they were taking photographs last night. I mean, they had the reporters out in front. There were folks out front live streaming it. Fox, JLR, all these guys, YouTube channels. Everybody was there live streaming. You could see the flashing going on. And one of the guys brought a table in. The folks thought it was, from my observation anyway, they thought it was a piece of drywall, that they were coming out with. And I think it was just one of those two-part folding tables, that you can take into the scene.
Right.
Well,
So,
in the garage, let me just answer your question real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be, obviously they think there could be evidence and or that Annie's house is a crime scene. So was someone taken out of that house and into the garage when the garage door was closed and placed in a vehicle and driven off? So did a fight occur at Annie's house during dinner that night? And so I think it's safe to say that is a working theory that could be accurate at this point based on what we know. So did that occur? Who knows? And that goes to Gary's point of perhaps Nancy's house is not the crime scene. That it could be at Annie's house.
And imagine the kind, if that, let's going down this path just as a thought experiment. Think about the kind of person you would have to be that faced with that horrifying thing that might even know and have loved or interacted with for years. This person in that moment can think of something like disarming a camera at somebody's house and putting blood in front of the house to make it look like somebody broke in and all that. That would take a very particular kind of a character to do such a thing. Most people would be having an emotional reaction to that. So that's partly why going down that path is just so disturbing, is what it would mean about somebody. And then, of course, there's the question of, are you talking about an impulsive thing that exploded in the moment and then you've got to cover it up? Or are you talking about something that was planned and then you've got to cover it up? There's a very big difference. And it has, again, this is why we need to understand ultimately what the heck the motive was for this. But I still want to keep, just in fairness, I want to keep open the possibility that this is a totally unrelated outside character. Although we can agree, I think, that outside characters tend to have clearer motives. You rob, you quickly ask for ransom with proof of life, you sexually assault, you do something like that. Every day that goes on, it's like a rule that the number of days that go on without the motive being clear, the more you think about the inner circle and some emotional kind of thing, because the things that involve outside people are easier to solve, right? That's why the motiveless crime is the hardest to solve, right? Because you don't have a clear emotional reason. That's why, serial killers are so tough to catch, because they don't have any relation a lot of times with the person. So I think I keep thinking inner circle. So then my question becomes, based on what I'm seeing in the audience, if it isn't a family inner circle, what other kind of people could we think we mean? Like, Chris, I think it's important to emphasize you could be in the inner circle without being family.
Sure.
Right. So just for the audience's sake, what do we mean by that?
Okay, I'll start with John. John, what comes to your mind? We've played this game quite some time.
You could begin by looking at friends of the siblings. They are on the periphery of the family. They may even have been to the house, depending on what sort of celebrations they've had. And then you, of course, have gardeners and anybody that would come to the house regularly, the delivery driver. And we don't know whether Nancy had any connection with the senior center, people that might be the volunteers there. You begin doing a link analysis on people that could be in contact with her, and the list expands dramatically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mike, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what we talked about earlier in the show. It has to be somebody she knew, or she was incapacitated in the bed, drugged or whatnot, because there's no sign of struggle. There's nothing that would leave the patrol officer to think that anything occurred besides her walking out the back door. Because they get there at 12 noon, there's nothing disturbed. So she either went to the crime didn't occur there, like we talked about earlier, or it was a familiar enough person that she would open the door at 2 a.m. to them, calling her.
Right.
Or they drugged her there to make her incapacitated and picked her up and carried her out.
Okay. Bobby?
Yeah, I'm going to go with what John and the others are saying. It could be anyone just on the fringe of the circle of family and friends. It could be somebody that Annie knows or Tommaso works with. My understanding is he's a school teacher. He plays in a band. Could be anyone connected there. It could be that just happens to know about Nancy and what her resources could be or are apparently. It could be anybody. It could be just maybe they have a gardener. Well, I guess they don't have lawns there, so you're not mowing grass, but they could have a some type of worker that works for both Annie and Nancy, and maybe they, something along those lines. Now, I also heard something in the news about law enforcement. I don't know if it was the sheriff or the FBI towed a neighbor's vehicle. I tried to find some additional information on that, but I haven't been able to. I heard that first thing this morning when I got up, and when I was having coffee, I was looking at the news, and I saw a blurb on that, but I have not heard any more about that today. Does anybody else know anything about that?
I don't know.
Maybe even someone in the chat, if you've heard that, let us know. But so I don't know what that's about. So could it be a neighbor or someone connected to a neighbor? Of course it could be. And when I say neighbor, this was a neighbor to Nancy, not Annie's house.
So, and go ahead, Gary.
No, I don't mean to interrupt.
No. To dovetail off of that, then, if this is somebody in her inner circle and or correlated to the, the geographic profile of the neighborhood, hypothetically, would you guys agree she's not far? If let's say if it's a neighbor, if there's a vehicle involved, the only two vehicles I've heard is they took Nancy's car and they took Annie's car. Those are the two that I've heard that are impounded. And if the chat has something else, please provide us with that data. But we want to make sure we know for sure they took the victim's car and they took her daughter's car. Okay?
Well, apparently the car towed from the neighbor's house was in a neighbor's driveway. Okay. That was the report that I heard.
Okay.
Well, let me ask something. The person who has gotten busted for trying to parasitically benefit, I think in California, if I'm not mistaken,
right.
Has any link been established between that person and someone who knew Nancy?
No, there's a rumor that he's connected to somebody in a band that the brother-in-law plays in, but that's just rumor where there's no.
Oh, I see.
There's no solid linkage in relationship to that. But here's an interesting tidbit.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who he texted? The brother-in-law and Annie. He didn't text Savannah.
Okay, the guy that was arrested in Southern California.
In LA.
I'd be looking at that.
Texted the brother-in-law and Annie about the Bitcoin you owe me.
Because really? That's
interesting. I had not heard that.
I hadn't heard that. Yeah. That's extremely interesting.
Hang on for a minute. While you guys talk, I'm gonna try to pull up I have the affidavit from LA.
Well, it's very interesting, Chris, because in Victorian times, in Victorian England, when you worked as a plumber and you knew there was a leak somewhere, right, in a large system of pipes, you didn't want to spend a lot of time and money and energy ripping apart everything. So you would get a device that created a plumber's rocket, which created red smoke. You would stick it in the pipe, and you would wait to see where the little red smoke seeped out of the piping system and save yourself a mountain of energy, right? That's sort of what I think they're doing. You're looking for where the pipe system gets betrayed by who makes a financial transaction that makes it obvious who we're dealing with here. And that's why I think they've got some suspicions, and I think they just need money to get exchanged. And that's probably why they're saying, there's this whole idea of like people putting up the ransom, even though, you almost wonder if it's like to help catch whoever is doing this. That's like the plumber rocket. You see what I'm saying? Let them and the work do itself.
And does law enforcement have a person of interest along those lines? And that's how they went to the Circle K right after the vehicle left? Maybe. I don't know.
I'm inclined to think that they smell a rat and they are letting the smoke show where the crack is, rather than going through a lot more work. Time is of the essence.
So letting the rats eat the cheese, is that what you're saying, Gary?
Pretty much.
At least take a bite out of it?
Which is a smart technique. If that's what's going on, that's very clever. I'm sure you guys have used them, techniques like that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here is the complaint. The guy's name is Derek Kallela. He's out of LA, and it's basically the disappearance. They lay it out in the first paragraph here. Nancy Guthrie was last seen inside her residence, Catalina Foothills community outside Tucson, January 31, 26. 84-year-old woman, mobility issues that likely precluded her from walking long distances unassisted. On the morning of February 1, 26, a friend of Nancy's contacted the victim's family and notified them that Angie had not attended church that morning. Now, this is interesting because the church thing has been a big question here, but here in this affidavit, you know, they're mentioning it. At approximately noon, February 1, the family entered her residence and determined that she was missing and reported her disappearance to law enforcement. Law enforcement arrived shortly thereafter and determined that NG had left basic essentials inside her home, including her wallet, car, cell phone, hearing aids, and medications. NG's blood was found on the outside of her residence near the porch. On February 2nd, 26, KOLD, CBS affiliate in Tucson, received a ransom demand via their online tip portal. The demand listed a Bitcoin wallet address to receive the ransom payment. On February 4th, NG family published a video asking NG's kidnappers to contact them on their mother, Countland 2. On February 4th, 26, shortly after the video was published, AC and TC, the daughter and son-in-law of NG, both separately received a text message from the following phone number. Bingo. So it was Annie and her husband got a text message from the guy in LA stating, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. AC and TC received these texts while in Arizona." Law enforcement was able to determine through an open source method that the 0552 number was associated with a voice over IP, VoIP text and call application that allows users to attain another phone number for their mobile device. It's probably a Google Voice, right, or a Google number, separate from a burner number, from the mobile assigned to them by their wireless carrier. Law enforcement submitted an emergency disclosure request for the 0552 number. And by the way, this is a 760, so that's a North County, Southern California number. Mike, what was your guys? 714, right?
714.
Yeah, so this is a North County number. Even though he's in LA, he sounds like he's from Southern SoCal.
North County, San Diego number.
Yeah, San Diego number.
Right.
Yeah. That's interesting too, because that is a straight shot over to Phoenix on the 8 or the 10.
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Based on the records provided, 0552 was registered to the following email, and they give the guy's name. And to your point, Gary, this guy's not the sharpest tool in the shed because they tied it back to his email. Anyway, they get the IP address and they go and get him. So then I'm going to share this one. They go get him. Oops, hang on. Let me.
I hope there's a connection, if there's a connection between this person and so, because there's very little honor among thieves, and you know, you could say to the person, listen, you know, you want to lessen your sentence, help us out, break this net apart, you know, whatever. I mean, it would be a helpful thing if it turned out that there's some stupid, you know, Confederate that's become dragged into the matter, because the more people involved, the easier it is to get people to talk.
Yeah, and if law enforcement can flip one of them, give them the first bite at the apple, they'll make a lot of headway, as we all know.
So they read him Miranda. He waives, and he admits to sending the 2 text messages. So you know they're into that guy right now. So let's play this through. To your point, Gary, earlier. Thoughts on the fact that he knew the cell phone numbers of Annie and her husband?
Right. Why wouldn't you go to the more celebrated member of the family, who probably has the most money?
Well, do you think if he's chit-chatting, would that be enough probable cause to go back to the house at Annie's house with a search warrant? I would say yes. If they get enough intel there. John, Mike, what are you guys
If he
thinking?
has both numbers, that's no coincidence. You're right. That would be sufficient grounds. Why is he contacting? How does he have their numbers?
Yeah, he
No.
knows them,
Yeah,
obviously.
he knows them. He's been in communication with them. Either that or a third party has passed the information on to him that these are the numbers.
Mhm.
But what there is there's got to be approximate connection between them and him, even if it's via middleman.
Mike, you're thinking. I can see your gears
Yeah.
going, bro.
No, John's right. I mean, that 760 number comes back. You can be Carlsbad, Victorville, and Palm Springs.
Mhm.
So definitely Southern California number. But then you don't just randomly get. You don't go searching for two people's numbers randomly. They're already in your phone book. They're in
Right.
your contacts, and so there's some sort of relationship there, whether it be band affiliate or acquaintance or whatever. And then to I think it was John's point, might have been Bob's, but that then gives them more reason to go back to the house and search devices to see what other conversations have they been having, or with whom, whether it be this person in California or a third party, and what conversations are they having with them?
Yeah.
No.
If there's
Go ahead.
a conspiracy, it may be unraveling on the tech that they have, email
Right.
or Snapchat or some of these other apps.
And it helps to explain the case becoming federal.
Well, and no, right. But now it could make sense where, let's say that guy with that phone that they hooked up in Cali, and they do a Celebrite dump on him,
Mm-hmm.
and they go, "Hey, kid, we got a lot of other problems here that you're going to have to explain, and we'll do some explaining for you." John, door number 1 or door number 2, right? Mike?
Exactly. Do you want to cushion your fall? Do you want to be the first one to be Judas Iscariot? Somebody's going to give up
Right.
We happen to have a bag of silver right here.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
and so
First
now,
one that talks gets the best deal.
okay,
Yeah.
so now all of a sudden the phone is picked up, right? Hey guys, go get the data on the phones and the servers at Annie's house. Click. Oh man. What? Hey, well, what do you guys have? Okay. Well, it's not the kind of stuff we want floating around the neighborhood, right? There's, 5 deer here, to use Mike's terminology, okay, of, CSA, right? CP problems, okay? Yeah, this guy over here, this is a hypothetical, right? This hypothetical. We need the ICAT guys to run over that house, and let's get a warrant, and let's go grab anything in that house, those devices, and see if there's any correlation, i.e. contact from point A to point B conversations. Okay. That could be a problem.
Chris, do we know anything more about the chap in Southern California? Do we know his background, what he does for employment? Is he connected to Nancy or Annie or Tommaso or?
Well, so Tommaso's in a band, and
Right.
this guy's in an LA band. He's in a band.
Okay.
So that would be the
Interesting.
only correlation, but I don't know personally of any direct correlation between the two of them other than he had their cell phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the odds, I mean, I guess you could say, yeah, if he has a friend who you're right, runs a no sync somewhere. They run a friends of whatever, and they come up with the guy's cell phone number, and now he's going to play, ransom.
Do we know what genre music? Anything along those lines?
Yeah,
Whether it's Tommaso or the guy in SoCal.
Yeah, it's all hardcore, craziness, right?
But okay, but to that point, because in the music, my very limited knowledge with the musicians, hey, I need a bass player on Friday night. Can you sit in for me? I need a piano player Saturday, whatever, right? So that would, if you're a musician, if the 5 of us or 6 of us are in a band, okay, I might have all of your numbers.
Right. There's a community. Yeah.
Right. But why would I have your wife's number too? Because if Bob doesn't pick up the phone for a piano player, I'm going to call Chris, who's a piano player. But I'm not going to call Bob's wife. So for him to have both numbers, to me,
would suggest they're friends.
Leads a little bit more intimacy to that relationship, or familiarity. Maybe
is that this the fellow, and I guess he lived in Hawthorne, and he appeared in federal court in Santa Ana. What is it in his background that suddenly makes him say, I think I'll jump into the most famous crime case on the world right now and see if I can get some money? Now, does he have a criminal past? And generally, people don't jump into felony crimes like out of the blue. They generally, this just seems like, to me, a very peculiar thing. I mean, perhaps he simply is a parasite, grasping and hoping to make some money. But he also knows that the FBI is involved. And so, I mean, any of us here, and I mean, the cops would know would look at the risk of committing a crime. Who would look at this as an average citizen and say, you know what, there's a hornet's nest. Let me put my hand in there and see if I can get some hornet honey or something.
Yeah,
There
right.
just seems a level of recklessness there that I'm just befuddled by it.
It's also stupid.
Yes, it is. It's stupid.
That's right.
Stupid, brilliant crimes. I have a whole collection of them in my records. They fascinate me. But that's what Michael Stone and I call them: stupid, brilliant crimes. But it's interesting that in the reports of the court appearance of this guy, the Derek Calella, it says that.
Is he Italian too, Gary?
Well, the name sounds like it could be Calella. But it's interesting because the quote from the text message that was transmitted is not an elaborate ransom note. It says, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." So how do we know this isn't just somebody who was owed a lot of money?
Well, and it's plural.
And contact him going, yo, you were supposed to come into some money. Where's my money? Right? We don't know. What's the full text here? Is this somebody that's just owed a lot of bucks and says, send it? Right?
Yeah, and it's plural, right? He's not singular.
We. But I don't have I don't know if that's the extent, but it says court paperwork showed that on Wednesday, the Guthrie family members got a text from VoIP internet phone line. The text read, "Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction." Okay. So doesn't that imply that it's possible that this person was just owed a lot of money? And
or that he was in on it.
Well, let's just say, to me, that's not. I mean, I think a lawyer can have a field day with that in terms of where's I mean, unless there's more language we're not aware of, where's the part that says, "I'm holding your mother"?
Yes.
Send the money.
Yeah.
I think it's
money, yeah.
thinking of the recipient as potential, which of course we can't say. Only then would it look like a ransom demand message.
Yeah, no probable cause.
It has to be more than the message. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what were we going to say, Bob?
Well, no probable cause, but perhaps circumstantial evidence there with that conversation and that back and forth. So I don't know.
within the context of the kidnapping.
Within
yeah,
the context of the
yeah.
kidnapping, yeah.
But
no problem.
you've just, if this guy's defense attorney hasn't already thought of this, you've already covered the information there, Gary, which is there is no actual statement of, give us the money and you get the lady back.
Well, we don't know if they're.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, there may be more.
Right. And who's we?
Yeah, and is we still playing the game?
Right. Did you get the Bitcoin? Now, and by the way, the Bitcoin implies you had previous conversation about said Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the prior conversation? The word "the" is so specific; it refers to a specific thing that has been previously established. So the people receiving the message don't know about said Bitcoin. But does it make sense, right? I mean, it doesn't pass the Judge Judy test. If it doesn't. That doesn't make sense. It's not true.
Well, and the other thing is that if this, it would not be difficult to contact Savannah. It would have obviously been through the television network or intermediaries, but why contact the sister and her husband? They don't have a lot of money.
Well, why is the brother-in-law in the loop?
Yeah, exactly.
Why, what, Mike? I mean, what are you thinking? I mean, what, to me, it's like, wait a minute, my mother-in-law's disappeared. Okay. I'm not even blood to her. Oh, I'm getting this. Look, the kidnapper's contacting me.
Well, I don't know if he's, to Gary's point, he's not necessarily a kidnapper, but does he have knowledge of the event? Does he have knowledge that an event's going to occur? They're going to come into money and they're going to be able to pay this guy back now. And so he may not be the kidnapper, but he might have knowledge of something, a piece of the pie.
Right. And it could just be a parasite. Could be.
Sure.
I agree,
Sure.
John. I mean, we have to always keep that possibility open, but there's something. I mean, unless there's more to those messages, we don't. I mean, and it does say in the same article, messages. The messages were received. So I can't help but wonder if, we would have a very different way of thinking about it if we saw the rest.
And they're holding the messages back for a purpose.
Right. But if that's all there is, then that's very odd to me.
Well, and to John's point, and I think Bob and all of you guys made this point. Why are you jumping into the highest profile kidnapping case probably in the world right now?
Yeah.
I mean, if we just look at this, we've got 20,000 people watching YouTube right now with us. Okay. So why are you going to jump in the middle of this thing and say, oh, by the way, and then the other thing is the other point you made, John, about the intimacy or Mike, how do you know the wife's phone number?
It's odd.
If you're in the band, if you're in that circle, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, where do you think that goes?
What is a VoIP?
Is a voice over IP.
VoIP. Yeah.
So that's what was used. So how does that work in terms of technology? What do you need to know to send somebody that?
It goes over the cellular network or internet.
Is it a very sophisticated thing to do, or could any idiot
No,
do it?
anybody can do it. You ever heard of a Google phone number? So you have your regular phone number, and they call this ghosting, right? So you go to your Google, you download, you type in, and Google says, where are you? Well, I'm in wherever. And then it says, okay, here's a list of available phone numbers. Okay. And then you say, okay, I like that one. And like the 760, he tied it to San Diego. Okay. And he says, okay, click, got it. And now that ties back to your phone. And then you have to download the app. It's called, Google Voice. And your phone can ring now but you have to send that phone number out to somebody. You have to give it away. That people just can't find it. That's
what I wanted to know. You'd have to know someone's phone number.
Right. And you give it away, and then whoever has it can call it, text it, or whatever, and it rings just like a regular phone.
But if he has the daughter and brother-in-law's numbers in his contacts, he can initiate the chat from his end just on his computer using the VoIP system,
Yeah.
hits their contact info, and that starts. So now they have his number by default of the chat.
Interesting. And who has the mother's phone with all the contacts in it?
Well, who has the mother's phone?
The mother's phone? The mother's phone's at the house.
That's what I want to know. It was definitely there. That's where they saw the disconnect from the.
It's in the affidavit there.
Mm.
Yeah. So he had their phone numbers, like Mike's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And he had one of two things. He could either use his digital device or he could use his computer. And you can actually, there's a keypad, you can just call from your computer or send a text, which sounds like he did.
Yeah. Chris has my VoIP number because I don't give him my real number. So
for obvious reasons, for many years, by the way, and he keeps changing it. And
I
that's
can't give mine
why I
away.
get so frustrated. I get so frustrated with it.
I
Okay,
just go out the street. You got anybody want it? And they say, no, thanks.
so yeah, it's usually written on the walls at many bathrooms in New York City.
Yeah, exactly. For a really bad time.
Hey, remember, I worked Vice from 84 to 86, but everybody on this panel, I wore the wire more than once, but we're not going to go down that road. Okay. But now this is an interesting development, though, the fact that we're having this conversation. Yeah. Do you guys think, before we get to the next topic, because I want to get to, the ransom note real fast, and you guys still have you have time here? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, I want to talk about the video yesterday.
Okay,
it's at the right point. So
okay, and okay, so I want to kind of wrap this one up. Anybody any of you don't disagree or disagree with the fact that they could have twisted him on some other things that would have been kind of like a potential domino effect? Is that a possibility?
I think it is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it might even account for why there was additional work going on last night. If they got him in the room and said, here's, unless you really want to spend forever in prison, why don't you be a witness?
Yeah. Was the SoCal guy, was he at the dinner on the other night? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, for all we know.
I mean, maybe they're looking for his DNA in the house at the table. I don't know.
Great. I love it.
Or he may have even picked up some version of what happened. So some episode that occurred in Annie's garage, something that led them to go back and look for something specific. But I mean, if you have voluntarily thrust yourself into this case and again, we don't know all of the statements that he made, but on some level seems to be attempting to embezzle this money and get it under false pretenses. He's looking at felony crimes, and any one of us who've interviewed crooks would sit down and say, you're playing in the big leagues now, Junior, and if you know anything that can cushion your fall, you might want to tell me now. Otherwise, you can take the fall. So,
yeah. And I'll talk to the U.S. attorney and advise him you're cooperating with us, and you probably can help us. And that would explain. I don't think any one of us here are concerned that he's out walking right now because, two things: it's California, and the third thing is they may have twisted him in a different direction. Mike, what were you going to say?
Well, he made bail.
Yeah, he made bail.
It wasn't very high, but just so you know, I was reading in an article in online that said, like everything you need to know about Derek Kalela, and it said that he was known as Secret Mutilator. Secret Mutilator, selling provocative music and merchandise online. And they go out of their way to say that he was not charged as being a suspect. But it is interesting, in this case, but it is interesting. Secret Mutilator. Sounds like a warm and toasty fellow.
This is the guy you'd want to entertain at Christmas parties, I think.
Or have to your house for dinner. I mean, why not?
There you go.
Yeah. A warm and toasty guy.
There you go.
bring them all over.
Or
So-
collaborate in a band with.
Let's talk about the ransom notes. I put a poll up. Should the family pay? What's your thoughts on that? We'll start with John. We'll work our way back over.
I think at this point, the entire procedure has been so corrupted, and this is not the typical kidnapping that we all think about. I think at this point, it's going to be up to the family. If there's the only way they would is if there's a promise that she's going to be returned, and however that might be. But I think at this point, the family's probably leaning toward it, and I wouldn't tell them no.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, that's a tough call to make. And, that's why the FBI really leaves that up to the family when they're dealing with these situations. There's heartstrings involved here. If it's my mom and I have the means to pay it, there's a good chance I would. I don't know that I would at this. I don't know. It's a very difficult decision at this point, knowing everything that we know about this case. That would be a difficult call to make. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't, in my opinion. So I probably would lean toward not paying for it. So,
Mike?
I think you have to be sensitive to the family. Like it's been said earlier, if the family has the means, like Bob said, then you at least have the money ready to be paid. I think you need proof of life or to pay that, but also to validate that they're actually involved, because you've got this cat out in LA that's just, pinging him. He's not even involved in it, or potentially not involved. He's just being evil. And so it's very methodical, and you got to be careful, but you got to make sure that the people you're paying are the right people, right? And I will say, with my time with the FBI, so when it's off topic a little bit, but the theory's still there. If a company comes in and seizes a city government's computers and locks them all up and holds them ransom, the FBI's advice is to pay the Bitcoin. They say they tell a company, to tell cities, have access or either know how to get it or have access to, let's just say $10,000 in Bitcoin or $50,000 Bitcoin, so that you can pay the person who's holding your city ransom and corrupting your computers to open them up and let them be used again. So the FBI is very much open to that, and they have to. The theory is that when you do pay that ransom, your computers are now unlocked and able to be used again. That they have to be good on their end, otherwise nobody will ever pay the ransom again. So that's why these companies overseas can hold cities ransom so often, because they're successful. They freeze up your computers, you pay the ransom, they unlock them. So the FBI is very keen to ransoms, kidnappings, like, it's a kidnap, but city computer systems, if you will. But they're very keen to that, and Bitcoin, and how all those systems work. Now, with all that being said, again, is this person that wrote the ransom note truly involved? And that's the big what if. Okay, they know what clothes she had on that night. She had this figurine on the fireplace mantle. Okay, that could just mean that they're the house cleaner and they know the inside of the house. It doesn't mean that they're actually involved in her taking and her well-being. I think you definitely have to validate that before you give any money.
Okay. Gary, what's your thought?
My thought is that it's terribly sad, because it's a symbol of hope that you believe that a person is out there. And, day by day by day, as unfortunately the probability diminishes, to still be thinking, my 84-year-old loved one with no medicine, who can barely, who walks with trouble, is out there being treated well enough to still be okay, is sad. But I also think that the result of doing it would be that it would help law enforcement, like I said, like the plumber's rocket. It would make it easy to figure out where that money went. You'd follow it. I know they'd be able to crack who had it after it. Don't you guys think? That money gets transmitted, they're gonna find this person, don't you think?
Yes.
No,
That's what I'm saying. So go ahead, send it. I mean, I think that for that reason, it's just you can't move that much money without somebody knowing it, and I think it may even be pure speculation, but it may even be that they've gone to members of the family and said, we think we know what's going on, and it would actually help solve this if you transferred this money, and then we can get to the bottom of this and see justice for your mom. We don't know, but I just think from a human angle, it shows hope.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you have to interrupt me or I'll never stop.
So that's kind of why I want to talk about last night's video, because you hit something that I keyed in on yesterday after I looked at it, after I watched that.
Before you go in your thoughts, keep your thought, Bobby. I want to play all 3 videos.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They're sad to watch, man. They're gut wrenching.
They're beyond gut wrenching. Stand by. Let me put it up here. All right.
Feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials, pain, and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love
This
Number
is
two.
Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
Number 3.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Okay, that's the one you wanted to see. Bobby, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so after I saw this last night, I watched it a couple of times, and I'll probably state some of the obvious here, but let me just give you my thoughts on it. First of all, in all 3 of the videos, actually, the brother is very poised, is keeping his wits about him. He's obviously a strong man. I know he was I think he's retired military and was a F-16 pilot, is my understanding. I may have the aircraft wrong, but he was a pilot in the military. So
Right.
his strength is resonating with me, and I can see that. So let me just say in last night's video, obviously Savannah is very tired. They're all tired, but Savannah in particular showed me that she's extremely tired. And she appeared dejected to me. There's no doubt in my mind that the language, that the statement that she read was crafted with the help of the FBI, the BAU agents. But I thought that statement was there to keep the Bitcoin rolling, if you will, so that they can continue to try and follow this. I also, and this is, I hope that I'm wrong on this part of it, but I believe that Savannah realizes that her mother is deceased and that they're willing to pay to retrieve her body. And and this is just my speculation. This is a working theory on my part, but I think that statement again was crafted to solicit more interaction, to try and keep the Bitcoin / money rolling so that they can continue to try and track down whoever this is. And obviously they want it, if Nancy is deceased, they want the body so that they can deal with that as a family appropriately. Now, that said, Annie in the video, and I am not a body language expert, and I want to make that point very clear, but to me, she looked like she was scared to death. And I don't mean scared to death in a she's frightened. I think she just looked like she was about ready to lose it. At the beginning of the video, she has her eyes closed, and then she opens them and looks up at the camera and seems to be agreeing, but you can see how tense her body is. Okay. Now, again, I could be wrong. I'm not a body language expert, but that's what I saw. And that's the conversation I want to generate by bringing that up.
Okay, so hold on
So
to
not
that.
in this, yeah. And I'm specifically referring to last night's video.
Okay, and I'm going to show the first video. I mean, I'm not going to show it again. I'm not going to, put the verbiage behind it. I'm just going to show the body language. Okay, when the very first letter came in on the very first video, and I'm not even going to put. I'm not going to put any audio on it. Okay, so everybody don't put in the chat no audio. Correct. There is no audio. We're just going to watch her reactions. Gary, watch this. Okay, so the interesting thing, and by the way, for everybody, there is no sound on purpose. We just wanted to do the observation. Okay, so those of you who are putting sound, you came late. You missed my comment. Okay. Interesting thing about that one, and goes now into Bob. The third one, where you sense what, Bob, that from your observation, from your looking at the third video. One, I noticed she changed, her appearance is completely changed, 1,000%. In the first video, my assessment of that, and John and I, and probably, I don't know if you guys had the auxiliary duty, but John and I were both hostage negotiators, and the letter, we 1,000% agree the BAU wrote it, or at least wrote pieces of it. The very first reading of the letter, they had Savannah personalize her mother to the public.
Yeah.
It was a public personalization. Hey, we thank you so much for your prayers. We thank you for your support, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's a break in there. And that they shifted it over to the other sister. And what was her role in that of reading that letter? Her role was to empathize with to try to create this empathy between her and her mom. And she starts off with mama. Okay. And after she gets through saying what she's saying, it shifts back to Savannah. Okay. And Savannah then kind of ties it back together again. My first question was, why did they choose Savannah to be the opening act? Why was the sister the second act? And then when we go to the second letter, why is the brother, who is now speaking for the family, the third act? And now we have reshifted back to Savannah as the third letter. So number one, that's kind of disjointed in relationship to sending a clear message. And John, keep me on the track here.
No, you're
sending a clear message, and Mike, keep me on the track, so that it's a disjointed messaging to a perpetrator who was looking for a single source contact to make this transaction. Let's get this deal done, because again, this is all financial for them. Mm-hmm. Okay. But you're now saying, okay, do I talk to Savannah? Do I talk to the brother? Oh, wait a minute. We're back to Savannah again. Okay. So who am I talking to here?
It's an interesting point, Chris.
That leads me into this idea that says, I'm not convinced they think it's real. Not 100% personally. They may be going, do we have another red herring here? But they're going to stay on that train track and let it run, because the real bouncing ball is over here. Are you guys tracking what I'm thinking? Okay. Fix it or make it better. What do you think?
No, you're, and that may also have been an issue. Annie doesn't present well. She almost, to me, and again, purely speculated, she looked to me like she was medicated. And who knows? I mean, if I was in a situation, I might be too. There's very little movement in her face. And the mama come home. I don't know that somebody wrote that. It almost sounded to me like she went off script, because that's not who you need to be asking to come home. You need to be asking the abductor to release mom. Savannah's comments were like, you could tell that they've been perfectly crafted. And so I just, watching that is making me think a lot, and I'm going to have to give it some more consideration.
Well, Savannah, remember, is a professional. She's reading the teleprompter every single day. So to take a note in front of her is a no-brainer.
Yeah, and she's also a writer. She's an attorney, and she's a very poised woman, obviously. So she would be the natural spokesperson for the family, I think. The brother reading the second note, it was very short and concise, but his voice was strong, and he
Yes.
was right on point, to the point. He was rock. My opinion of him overall, just in the 3 times I've seen him, he's rock solid.
Oh,
He
he's a
doesn't
solid
he doesn't
dude.
want to deal with this, but he's rock solid. He's going to do what he needs to do, and that's what I see there. And even Savannah, to a point. I mean, in a different way,
Yep.
she is showing, in my opinion, a lot of courage, to say the least.
Totally agree.
And she is staying focused and on target. So, but Annie gives me a totally different sense. And like John, somebody on Friday night asked in the chat what we thought about, or what I thought about Annie in the first video, and I said I thought that she was sedated. And John, apparently you thought that too. The video from last night, though, I don't think she didn't appear to be sedated to me. She appeared to be absolutely scared to death to be there. That's the last place she wanted to be. I know none of them want to be there, but she especially appeared to just want to get out of there. She didn't
fear,
want to
and
be
I
in
see
that
panic
situation
in
at
those
all.
eyes. This is and you're absolutely on target with that. The next one, her reactions are far more, they're less masked. And you said afraid, and that's a good word. My first thought looking at her was, this woman is in a panic mode.
Mm-hmm.
Mike?
No, I think I agree with everybody's said so far. I think she's scared to death, and everyone's going to react differently in these situations. I think Savannah has that polish. That's her job. So she is going to be polished regardless of the stress she's involved in. The brother's going to be polished, or going to be solid speaker, because of the stressful situations he's been placed in.
Mm-hmm.
Annie, maybe not so much, or there's more to it. So it could go either way on those things, right? But heartbreaking to see the family to be put in this situation.
Yeah, totally agree. Dr. Mercado, what's your read? And by the way, we're not diagnosing anybody. We're not saying they're involved. We're just going off of what you guys are seeing, and we're applying the principles of negotiations, through that kind of stuff. So, and our law enforcement backgrounds.
Well, having dealt with a lot of people who have been victimized by crime or have had family members victimized by crime, the trouble with this kind of interpretation is that grief and pain can run the entire gamut in terms of flattening of the affect and looking dissociated and zoned out, to being completely hysterical, to being, kind of in charge. And, if you've ever, for example, had someone close to you pass away, and a few of us certainly have, you can scan the room of your closest relatives and you'll see the gamut, in terms of how people deal with it. It just is so I always am very, very careful about that. What I thought was interesting about the possibility that there was a feeding of this, or at least a scripting of this, by people who were trying to evoke empathy or test for empathy, is the multiple different words that were used for mother. Because if the idea is that you want the offender to sort of have activated in his mind some possibly good memory of his own mom, to create a little empathy, you don't know what he called his mother. So you got to use all the different words: mom, mommy, mother, whatever, because one of them is going to be the one you called your mother, hopefully. So the idea is you use a lot of different words, and one of them will go click. See, I just suspect that I suspect that whatever the heck is going on, we also take into consideration that the media has been buzzing about this particular sibling and her husband, and that's also going to figure into how somebody might be feeling, because now you've got two parallel things, which is I may have lost my mom, and then on top of it, like everybody's saying horrible things about us, and they're talking about my husband, and they're whatever. So that's the other thing, is we don't know if the scared thing that you're picking up on, or we don't know how that is figuring into it. So there is a contextual difference because you don't have that going on with the brother and Savannah, right? So I think we want to sort of wait to see what the context is here. But all I know is that when I watch it, it's just so painfully sad, because it's as if they're talking into a void at something that just doesn't give a damn. You know what I mean? It's like trying to, it's like I've heard stories from victims of very violent crime where they'll say, I begged, please, don't hurt my child. They've got their whole life ahead of them, and the offender just goes, takes the gun and does what they're going to do. And so it has that sadness to it in my mind, that it feels like pleading with something that just doesn't care. But I think the observations are interesting. I just have to give the caveat that I've seen this kind of stuff, and you can't read into it because grief is all over the place. But I think we'd all agree that there's a different context for this sibling because of what the media is doing.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis from everybody. I think, they're, but then you add the dynamics of, they're back at her house, they're photographing, they've taken her car. The guy in LA has her text number. Those are kind of also, building blocks where you say, well, wait a minute, then there's more behind the scenes here. And then you add the behavioral context here, where you're going, well, it just seems like out of the three siblings, and I'm not judging her or saying she's involved, okay, but her persona is much different than Savannah and much different than her brother. I think I can see that personally. Now, what that means, I don't know. I'm not with her every single day, okay? But what the other question is, does it mean something? Okay, and from an investigative analysis aspect, you always have to ask that question. Does it mean something? And when you get that answer, a lot of times I think we would all agree, you just sit back and go, oh, okay, that's great. What else do we have? And you keep moving. Okay. I thought it was really weird, though, that they showed back up at the house last night at dark. I don't know people were saying, yeah, they were doing luminol. Well, we don't know that. Luminol will stain just about everything that they spray it on. So,
Chris, let me just make another comment, and in consideration of what Gary said. First of all, I'm not implying.
Of course,
I'm not implying that Annie has done anything wrong.
No, just that something's different about the presentation.
Yes.
Right. I think everyone.
I think my observations of her are based on my experience in interviewing homicide suspects, suspects that have committed serious crimes, whether it's homicide or assaults. Also in giving death notifications. Like everyone on the panel here, we've all given buku death notifications and done some contentious interviews. And so I just feel like, sorry, I don't want to use the word feel. I'm not into feelings. I want to just simply say that her demeanor throughout this that I've seen on video is kind of a red flag to me. And that doesn't mean she's done anything wrong. That just is heightened my suspicion of either she's very emotional, or she just simply doesn't want to be there, and it's coming out more than it is the other people here. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that's why I wanted to discuss this and get some other opinions here, because I could be wrong, obviously. Again, I'm not a trained body language expert, but it's not my first rodeo, nor is it anybody on the panel's first rodeo with respect to reading body language and understanding the situation at hand that is presenting that language. So,
Well, I've seen a lot of people who are experiencing trauma, and they can look pretty flat, pretty weird, and pretty dissociated, and pretty. And that's the whole trouble. Is it's not that the observation is wrong; it's just that we don't know what it means. I think that there's something to it, but we don't know what the significance of it is. And I think we sort of let the jury decide on what it means, if anything. But I think we all see that they're having different reactions, at least in terms of the presentation of the reaction. And but are there any? Just out of curiosity, while we're sitting here, have there been updates?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because it feels very much like something's heating up. I mean, I feel like it's just a matter of.
I think the sheriff is pushing everybody over to Nancy's house on purpose. That's my opinion. I think the sheriff has, he's got the media all over Nancy's house, by sending deputies out there. Oh, deputies just showed up, and boom, you get 50 cars over there. Meanwhile, back in River City over here, in the ranch, right?
I do think I agree with Gary. It feels like something is heating up. But I said that we all said that the other night, I think.
Yeah,
but but President Trump said that too, and said that a solution to this situation is imminent. So, we can talk about that if you want, but I mean, it just seems like this is moving rapidly and hopefully in the right direction.
Well, it was pretty obvious with them going into the septic area or the cistern. They're looking for a body. I mean,
yes.
They're sticking, rods down there to try to hit something. So
where was it, Chris? Where was it located?
Well, they haven't found her. But
No. I don't mean that. I mean, where was the cistern? Which house?
Oh, at Nancy's house in her backyard.
At her own house?
Yeah.
Not at anyone else's?
No. Mike, what are you thinking up there? I saw you moving before you started coughing.
Yeah, I think it's been a little quiet. There's a lot of activity going on, but they're going to do the cistern search over at Nancy's house. They're going to do it at Annie's later or at the same time that nobody sees. What to Gary's earlier point, where's our true crime scene? What do we know? We still don't know what we have a crime scene, and we've got a couple of vehicles taken, but there's a missing crime scene that either hasn't been talked about or hasn't been discovered yet.
That's a great point.
And how about the car that was involved? Wouldn't that also be a potential third scene?
You got the house and the two cars.
Right. That's what it sounds like we're looking at.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's a chain. It just keeps moving one to the next they take the car. Now they're in the garage, right? I mean, we all know how this all plays out sometime, but it has bothered me even that, again, they haven't shut this thing down in any way, shape, or form. It's still, there's nobody standing at the door with a log. It's just like, oh yeah, we're here to search the garage tonight.
Right.
Okay. Oh yeah. Hey, by the way, we're in the backyard tonight, digging through whatever. Oh, we're here to take the cameras.
It's interesting because you've got news agencies and private citizens and private bloggers that they throw their drones up in the air and they're taking drone footage. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, if you're, I don't want to say if you're doing it right or if you're doing it the right way, because there isn't a right way, but why don't you take the airspace and block it off so nobody can fly drones over there? Because you don't want anybody messing with your crime scene again and being on the property. You hear about Kash Patel might show up tomorrow for a press conference, and that's just gonna, that's just a horse and pony show when those things happen. When you get the boss out there,
Yeah, that's not going to be
doesn't help
helpful.
it doesn't help the investigation at all. He's just there for the publicity, unfortunately, on something like that, in my opinion. And it distracts from the investigation.
Totally agree.
But let me ask something to you guys with your investigation. So, am I correct that if you're looking at a vehicle that potentially was used by people whose DNA you'd expect to be around this, I mean, if a car belonging to a family member or something like that, because that's the cars that are being looked at, unless I'm mistaken, doesn't it make sense that we'd be looking at as more evidence of somebody being deceased in a vehicle, correct? As opposed to a living person.
Yeah, you take the car,
right?
You'd seize the cars, and you'd be looking for the DNA, but you'd also be looking to see, was it recently detailed, either professionally or by the homeowner, the car owner. If you've got, if you've got a dead dog and you throw it in the back of the car and it's got blood on the seat, you're going to clean it up with some bleach and water.
You mean was it recently tidied up? In other words,
yes, yeah. You're going to be looking for evidence,
right.
But you're also going to be looking for lack of evidence, if you will, or
the dog that didn't bark in the night,
cleaning solutions and stuff like that.
Right. Interesting.
So, I mean, in theory, they'd be looking for both sides of that coin.
But if you think you have a living person that's being moved in the vehicle, what proof would there be of that in the vehicle?
Well, you would want to put the person in the vehicle, number one.
Right.
Let's say the story is I drove my mom home and I dropped her off at 9:48 p.m.
Right.
Okay, well, you want to find evidence of that.
Yeah, but this is a vehicle that the person could commonly have been in.
Well, I know, but if you have blood, hypothetically, in that same vehicle, then if let's say mom has, because if she's on blood thinner, hypothetically,
right?
Okay, if you look at some of the old pictures of her, if you just look at her left hand, her whole left arm up to her knuckles is all black and blue, and the elderly at 84, all you have to do is press it like that. It's gonna bleed.
Well, she's on blood thinners, so
yeah, it's gonna bleed. So, here's the question: if let's say they did, hypothetically, anybody, the first big problem that they need to unravel is the 39 minutes inside of that house.
That's a great point.
That needs to be unraveled. Okay, because 84-year-old women who are sound asleep in their bed, and all of a sudden they're awake, okay, and their pacemaker, stops working at 2:00 in the morning, okay, at approximately 02:28 in the morning. Okay, well, now you have this thought process that says, Are we to say that Mrs. Guthrie just sat there and said, "Hi, what are you doing here at 2, whatever it is?" No, of course not. That's craziness. So this suspect somehow is engaging with Miss Guthrie at minimum 1:47 a.m. because that's when the doorbell disappears.
Right, and Chris, if she's got a phone or something, is that going to be pinging? So we know where she is at 1:40 if she's being moved in a vehicle, or is the phone off, or does she not have
the phone's
one?
at the house.
Yeah, the phone's at the house. Chris, I've had a thought also about Gary's question regarding the vehicle. Where we would find the biological evidence would be important too. One would expect to see it on a car seat. What if we're finding it in a trunk? Okay. You'd be hard pressed to explain why a person's DNA or blood would be in the trunk of a motor vehicle or on the back deck of an SUV.
That's a good point.
So that would be another thing you would be looking for.
Yeah. And
Did someone say her phone was in the car?
No, that's what I'm asking.
no, it's at the house.
It's in the house.
At the house, but was it in her car in the garage or was it in her bedroom?
We don't know. The sheriff has only said that the phone was at the house, her
Okay.
keys are at the house, her purse was at the house. And, you know, my grandmother was 94. My grandmother never left the house without her purse, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can forget it. And my mother-in-law right now is 85, 86. She never leaves the house without her purse or her lipstick. So that ain't happening. Okay. I don't see Miss Guthrie leaving her purse behind the house or in the house. Keys, cars, purse. It sounds like her wallet's there. There's no activity on any of her bank accounts. Okay. By now. Okay. So she didn't walk away, right? We all know that. And now all this ransom stuff starts showing up. And then this knucklehead in LA decides, as John and you guys had pointed out earlier, you know what, today's the day. I think I'll just intercept a conversation with a phone number that I Googled. And it just happens to be the wife or the sister and the brother-in-law. Why can't, that's a great point, John. Why is this guy contacting both of them? What does the brother-in-law have to do with this? Text message, give me the Bitcoin. Why is he in the loop of communication?
It's weird.
Well, the question would be is, I mean, if you're, it almost sounds like this is a person that's stupid he hasn't used yet. It's like, I'm going to make this bad decision and let me double down and I'll contact two people. I don't think we can look for a lot of, I don't know, lucid behavior from this guy if he is a parasite and isn't connected with these folks.
Well, why not just Google the brother's contact information as well and add him to the loop? And this doesn't make sense. I hear and thank you, Stevie. I heard from Ellie person on Channel Long crying that Nancy's phone was in her car in the garage. The next day, Nancy's car was towed. Well, then then the Uber, you need your phone. Okay, so if you took an Uber and your phone's in your car, that doesn't make sense.
Right,
But it goes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Gary's thought of someone's in the house setting it up to make it look like a crime scene or missing person.
Right. That's what I'm wondering.
Grandma's going to come home and have her phone with her, go inside the house. She's going to put her phone by her nightstand or in the kitchen and plug it in. She's not going to walk it out to her car and leave it in her car.
Right.
Overnight.
Maybe the reason there was a disconnection from the pacemaker is that you've left it in the vehicle and now it's moving farther and farther away from the person that you're setting up in the house. I mean, the stuff you're setting up in the house. In other words, what I'm wondering about is with this idea of moving from one crime scene to another is if you have a victim who is, let's say, unfortunately, I have to ask this. Let's say she's killed somewhere, right? If it's killed somewhere and then you're moving somewhere else. I just want to know where her phone is. Is her phone taken by the perp then in their pocket to her home so that you can leave it there so that now the phone is moving? Is it off? Because if it's on, wouldn't it be pinging all along the way?
Every one of us on this panel will guarantee you, Gary, so you'll sleep well tonight.
Right.
They know where that phone was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because these things are tracking devices. They can tell you where you are down to a grain of patch of
So
earth.
the sheriff in the original press conference said that her phone and her Apple Watch were in her bedroom. He said that.
Since when?
No, the very first press conference.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, yes,
Well, they were found. Yeah,
they were found there, but were they put there to stage a scene?
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Somebody
Sure.
far away. And what I'm saying is if let's say, God forbid, something happened to this woman at one house, and then you're going to take her phone in the car and drive somewhere else to plant it to look like, she was in her bed. Then my question is, did you shut it off or was it on pinging the whole time so that they could see it be moved? And you get what I'm trying to say? And
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting because it would also be more proof of somebody's.
Well, rest assured,
Right.
they have pulled all of that data from the cell phone company, and they're just not telling us as appropriate, because they shouldn't tell us.
Right, but shutting it off, I mean, then it's pretty clear that this is just a staging kind of situation. I mean, you have to. So, I mean, that argues that you've planned to make it look like something it isn't, and you know that it's going to get pinged. I think whoever this person is they're not very bright, but they're interested in technology and would probably know that phone has to be off if you're going to be moving it from one place to another. So I think the person turned it back on when they put it wherever it was going to go. I also want to know, what is the device that disconnected from the pacemaker? Is it the phone?
It's the phone. And the Apple Watch. Both devices.
The Apple Watch.
Yeah,
See,
both devices can connect to the pacemaker.
So is the idea that at around 2 a.m. when it goes off, that's when enough distance is created between where the victim is and the item?
That's the theory, yes.
That they disconnect.
Yes.
So there's something that's going on that's moving these two things apart from each other in geography.
Yeah, so if I have my earbuds in and I'm working out in my yard, but my phone is on the inside of my house, I can hear it out in the yard. But if I step around the corner to talk to my neighbor, I'm going to disconnect for that because the Bluetooth is not that strong to remain connected. And I think it's the same thing with the pacemaker and the Apple Watch and the phone.
So at about, 2 a.m.? What did you say was the time, Chris?
The pacemaker disconnects at 2:28 a.m.
So at about 2:28, are we assuming then that up until like a 2:27, the heart has to be beating? That there's no world in which the pacemaker...
Again, right, Gary? I mean, just for...
It doesn't mean anything about being alive.
Right. It doesn't mean that...
The signal, there has to be...
The pacemaker
will be away from
is working.
Device.
You just can't read it on your phone.
Right.
But what I'm getting at is it possible that at 2:27 it's picking something up if somebody's pacemaker is not working? The pacemaker has to be working up until 2:27. We don't know what it means after that, but to be picking up a signal,
right?
Somebody's got a working pacemaker.
That pacemaker got away from that connection point.
So then, by implication, she could not be, if she is deceased, she could not be deceased at 2:27.
No,
because it was picking something up until 2:28.
Correct.
So we can deduce that if something happened to her, she was alive up until at least 2:27, and at 2:28 they disconnect.
Correct.
So then, what about everything that happened before the disconnection of the pacemaker? Where is this woman?
Well, that's the point about 0147 when the Nest doorbell is disconnected.
The 40-minute interval.
The 40-minute interval. So that's different. That's very, very interesting to think about. While somebody is making all these efforts to make it look like somebody broke in, she might still be alive, which means you're preparing her demise. It's not an accidental thing. You're thinking for 40 minutes, I better set this scene up and then we'll see. I think that's very interesting, because it's very different than a story in which you've accidentally hurt somebody and now you stage. See?
Yeah, of course.
That suggests planning and scheming in my mind.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
A very disturbing amount of scheming.
Well, first of the one question I want to know is, was the doorbell disconnected? It sounds like first.
That's what it looks like.
So
does anybody disagree with that? I mean, you are following my thoughts here, right? I hope I'm being clear.
No.
So if you lay it out like that, doesn't it seem that, Chris, your question is right on the nose in terms of what we need to know?
Yes. And so is the suspect outside or inside? Does he open the front door and disconnect it from the inside, or is he standing on the outside and disconnect it? And then we have to question, well, then how'd the blood get there?
So has anyone
back door open?
There you go.
Has anyone talked about the Ring cameras and how you need a special screwdriver to take them off that mount? Because the mount, from what I saw, the mount looks secure.
Mike,
it's a nest. Okay. The mount looks secure against the house, which means they had the tool to unscrew the Nest camera from the mount, which is a very specific screwdriver for those cameras.
Okay, I'm not sure about the Nest, but with my Ring camera, I don't need a screwdriver. Now, I have two Ring cameras. One's hardwired, the other has the battery. The one with the battery, all I need is either a small screwdriver or even a paper clip, and I can punch a little tab on the underneath of it and pull it off the mount so I can go charge the battery. So it doesn't take a lot, and quite frankly, they're not all that secure. Now, Nest might be totally different. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat that has a Nest camera can tell us, but they're not that difficult. I think a lot of these things are made pretty much the same, and so if it's a battery operated Nest camera, it's not going to be difficult to remove. You can
Right.
Even without a tool, you can probably take it off. I know I can my Ring camera.
But this one looked like there was a doorbell, which would be a wired device. And I know
No.
mine has a special
Okay.
screw for it.
And it could be, Mike. Pull that video up, or the still of the front door, Chris.
Okay, I got you guys keep chit chatting here. Though I got to.
There is it looks to be a doorbell, a hardwired doorbell to the right of the window where the Ring camera or the Nest camera was mounted. So it looks like there was a Nest camera and then a separate hardwired doorbell.
Right.
Yeah, that was a great catch, by the way, last night that you had. Let's go here.
Right. And I want to say, just because of what people are saying in the chat, yes, it's true. It may be that I just don't understand how pacemakers work, and there's something that, you really need to leave for a cardiologist to kind of.
We let Gary out
Yeah.
for 72 hours on the weekend, and we escort him around town, and so,
Take him to the mall for Aunt Annie's pretzels.
whatever he needs, call Ubers for him. So
All right.
those of you who are hammering him,
So
go
you
ahead,
see the
Bobby,
window
on your
there.
observation.
Okay. Yep.
Just above the doorknob is the Nest bracket, and over to the right, on the right side of the window on the frame, is the doorbell.
Okay.
And if you go down, if you widen that out a little bit, Chris, go down if you can, widen out just to show the flower. There you go, right there. So see the wiring that's going up into the wall. That's probably there's probably a light switch on the inside of the house, but that's probably the wiring that goes up to the hardwired doorbell. And I don't know what year the home was built, but all of the Guthrie children were raised in that house, so it's at least 40 years old, 40 maybe 50 years old. I don't know, but that looks pretty typical to me.
Around 50.
50, you think? Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was a great observation. So, and tell them also, Bob, what you said about if it's a battery operated doorbell, which could explain the second piece of this here, person seen on camera 212.
So you remove the camera from the bracket, that does not turn the camera off. The only way to turn off at least on my Ring camera, the battery operated Ring camera, is to pull the battery. So there's no on and off switch, and it will continue to run. And most likely when they said that it had captured a person, an image of a person on there, it could have captured an image of a person, but it most likely captured just movement. And the reason we don't know is because it wasn't connected to the cloud. They didn't have a subscription, wasn't connected to the cloud. So you can look at a live view of it and see, but it's not going to make any recordings. Okay, so somebody wrote in here, the Nest needs a screwdriver. Okay, so apparently it does. Yeah, because it looks like the frame is still intact, so they likely did not knock it off with their fist or.
And the device has not been recovered.
No, not that we know of.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you guys have any discussion in the past about the Nest still recording and sending images to the cloud, even though the homeowner does not have a subscription, but the Nest corporate can still record those things? Has that been discussed at all?
No.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just, I mean, that's how law enforcement ties in all these neighborhood cameras into a bigger system with all these subscriptions. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Nest Corporate in the terms and conditions in the fine print says that they can still record all of your stuff, even though you don't have access to it.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So then again, it can be some historical data that needs a search warrant to get retrieved, all those steps. But there's that potential that there is some footage available.
But in order for it to be to go into the cloud, it has to be connected to Wi-Fi.
Right.
Right. So if they removed it and then drove off with it out of Wi-Fi range, it's dead. I mean, it's dead as far as the cloud goes.
Yeah.
I love our
pull it back.
chat. Look at this. According to Pima, thank you so much, Beach Chillin'. The house was built in 1969. You know,
There you go, John.
there you go. Okay, so
Bob heard that.
so Gary,
I was
wanna
10
hear-
years old, so
I want to hear more about, just real fast, the type of person that will stay in this house for 39 minutes potentially.
Well, it suggests a person, number one, that's very comfortable.
With an 84-year-old woman.
I mean, the person is comfortable with their situation. You're not seeing the kind of alarm that you would expect a person to be experiencing who hadn't schemed this through or plotted it out, made themselves comfortable, or felt kind of it. So that's interesting that already. And secondly, I mean, it starts to point to the motive for being there. That there's some other thing that is apart from the person themselves that one has to do, either crafting the scene or getting rid of something that's in the scene or taking something from the scene or whatever. And all of those things point to a person who, under pressure or whatever, can be sort of calculating and cunning. And I think that starts to point to a certain kind of personality. Now, fortunately, whoever did this might be cerebral, but they're not a super genius. And so despite what appears to be planning and some organization, they did some things that were sort of dumb, that weren't really thought through, and I think are going to be the undoing of the person. I think, like always, ego trips you up. And also not being able to imagine very well people's feelings and how they're going to interpret you. That the mixture of lack of intellect and lack that you think you have and lack of empathy, brings you down, because you don't understand that others can imagine what you did and why you did it. You think you are cloaked and that the world can't see into you. So I think that also suggests arrogance, not being very bright, compartmentalization, scheming, and these things all point to a certain kind of personality. And I don't know, the point I was making about the pacemaker, that I'm interested in that because, again, it points to the kind of person we're dealing with. That there's a very big difference between a kind of person that something happens and then you go, ooh, I better come up with a way to hide this. And a person who says, okay, first we craft this scene and then I get rid of the victim. See, that's a very different kind of personality. And that's why the timing is so interesting for revealing the inner workings of this mind. And I think that kind of person, that has more of a diabolical.
Where would that person fit in your book? What number?
Depends on the motive, but if it is simply, there's no essay, there's no, person that's just doing it for sadism or whatever, then the idea is it's just a kind of financial or pragmatic matter. It would probably be category 11, which is an elimination crime that is pragmatic in nature, which involves a highly scheming kind of person who calculating, cunning person who is sort of as a secondary motive enjoying the ego game and the attention that can go along with this. I'm smarter than you. I'm sticking it to you. You think, We know that type of character. But that's the kind of person I think this is. And I think you're going to see it in the background of the person when we find out who they are.
What about somebody that's doing it for revenge? In other words, you owe me money, but if I take you out, you can't pay me back. But if I take out a person that you're close to, I get revenge on you and incentivize you to pay me back sooner.
But then you'd want, see, I think in order to get to the bottom of that, you look for things that are not necessary to do if that's your motive. There are little things in here that incurred a risk that wasn't necessary if that's your point.
Right. Well, the person's in the house for, what'd you say, Chris, 45 minutes? And they leave it undisturbed so that when a patrol deputy shows up for a missing person, nothing looks out of place.
Yeah, sneaky.
Yeah,
sneaky.
So
someone is done.
You're not there making breakfast for yourself, right? And a lot of elderly people are very light sleepers, and so they'll hear noises and it'll spook them, and they'll wake up just to see what that noise was.
Right. Well, I guess. We don't have any evidence yet to suggest that there's emotion necessarily underlying this. When you have ill will toward a person, something shows it, right? So, like, for example, I mentioned earlier the Lizzie Borden case, which I am convinced was an elimination murder, and there was certainly a financial gain in it, but there was also rage because Lizzie had reasons to hate her stepmother and her dad. And the thing that's interesting about it is there was such excessive mutilation with that hatchet-like instrument. Well, that wasn't necessary to eliminate them. They could have been eliminated very quickly. Why the brutalization? Because you also were infuriated. You also were angry. You wanted to give that message too, right? And we also saw in the Borden case the hatcheting of the father's face, which is very typical of people that know you and are mad at you and all of that. So I guess there's nothing here that's suggestive of an emotional element. It just looks like you are standing in the way of this thing I want, and I've got to do it in such a way that you're eliminated and I can get something out of it. What I do see that as being possible is the secondary motive of sort of liking the ego thrill of it and the outsmarting people and that kind of thing, because I can see an arrogant kind of person who sticking it to people for that kind of reason. Do you guys see what I mean? That you don't really see signs of affect there. I don't. Do you, Chris?
No, and that was kind of interesting that they keep going. The cops, the authorities keep going back to the house. If they keep going back to the house, after it was released, the very first couple of days, was the family in the house? And if they were in the house, did they see all the things on the porch? Did they see all the disturbance inside of the house? And, that's kind of like, I mean, how many of us, right? How many times have we turned a house over at the end of a horrific crime and the families have come to us and said, well, who's going to clean this?
Yeah.
And unfortunately you have to say, there are back then, even today, there are companies that do that, and you say, I'm sorry, it's got to stay there until you can get somebody to do it. Right. And we can't do that for you. I mean, we couldn't even get the fire department to hose down, blood into. You could back in the day, but not anymore. To hose blood away. So, today, that was kind of an interesting thought for me. It's like, did everybody go back into mom's house and went, holy crap, something really bad happened to mom? I don't know if that's because now, the brother-in-law is MIA. He's been, photographed leaving the house, and he's got a hoodie over his eyes, over his face. And so is the sister sitting like this as they're leaving the house. Okay. Well, and meanwhile, Savannah's, and the other brother, it's like, okay, I'll be the spokesperson. Okay. So I'm really concerned that that activity, even of itself, also leans towards, wait a minute, is there, what do we call it? DLR just doesn't look right. Right? Doesn't look right. And I'm not saying that they're involved or anything like that. What I'm picking up on personally is, why do they keep going back to their houses? I mean, what's in those houses that they think they've missed?
Yeah.
Every one of us here has worked homicide cases, and it's like, by day 3, you better have everything in the bucket, man. You better have it in the evidence van, and it should be sitting in evidence locker right now, unless the suspect says, oh yeah, I threw the gun behind the bush. Okay, well, we're going to go retrieve that. John, am I off base here?
No, you're not. I can't think of a single instance in any of the murders that I either worked or supervised where we ever had to return to the murder scene and potentially get another search warrant. When you go to a murder scene and you have your warrant, you're there until the job is finished, and you don't hurry it. This is what kind of throws me. I've never seen this, of people going, agencies returning to scenes repeatedly. You get it the first time, and let's just say, for instance, that evidence was acquired on a second or third visit. I certainly wouldn't want to be the investigator on the stand having to explain that to a defense attorney who will probably be sharpening his teeth with a file, because you're going to have to explain, well, why did you miss it the first time? Well, was it there?
It's completely contaminated once you release it.
Exactly. I've never seen this.
You can't explain it.
Yeah. The number of, I've never had to go back to a scene and with a search warrant say, oops, we forgot this.
Well, that's because you didn't release your scenes prematurely, and
No.
they did in this case. And to his credit, the sheriff acknowledged that and has said already fallen on his sword on that one.
Well, good for him. I would rather
Yeah.
hear that than him blaming somebody else. But I mean, and this is perhaps an advantage we had in the city we worked, is that we had so many murders that they weren't a shock to us. They weren't a challenge. We had developed, if you will, a sort of intellectual muscle memory as to how we do it.
Yeah. Let me jump into some of these quick questions here. What would the doctor know if the pacemaker was still active? We answered that, and yes, the doctor's office would know. But unfortunately, it would have to get to that source that it's synced up with to send that signal. So, I hope that helps you. It's incidentally not a football fan, but a great alternative halftime show. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And thanks everybody for your kindness with our panel here tonight. Could someone have been stealing her pain meds at night and got caught? Someone who knew how to get in. My 2 cents on that: to break in and steal the pain meds. Does that happen? Yes. Do they take the 84-year-old patient with them? No. Typically, that doesn't happen.
You'd also be killing the goose that laid the golden egg. If the point is to get the meds, you don't want your source to not be there anymore. They have to keep getting prescribed the meds, so you can keep breaking in and taking them.
Yeah. Did you see the neighbor calling about the clean roof and seeing the camera on the drone footage? I forgot which. Yes. And that's why they went back and collected that camera up there. Yeah. Opinion of what could have happened during 41 minutes in the home. Thank you, Brandy Mindy. We just had that conversation, but your question is right on target. Not topic related, but you guys helped save my life. Thank you. Well, we don't know how we did that, but we love you and thank you so much for saying that. We're not sure.
Glad for the opportunity. Thank you.
We're not sure what happened. But please let us know. Send us something more to let us know. You have my utmost respect and gratitude for your contribution, Bill. Thank you to that. That is to the entire panel. I'm sure of it. And we really appreciate you and your kindness. Is there a way for Ellie to go thoroughly check the mines in the area? Bob, yes, there is. They have the search and rescue folks that can do that, but they would probably go first through the cars and see if there's data there that would point them into a particular area. And my best guess is all that is occurring.
Mm-hmm.
They're so much better than watching a Super Bowl. Appreciate you, gentlemen, Karen and the mods. Absolutely. And if you look in the upper left-hand corner, he's the best looking of all of the group here. And we agree with you 100%. In fact, he cuts his hair by putting a bowl on his head like a Super Bowl, and they just cut around it. And he asked for the number 1 to the next question. Has anyone spoken about to the person from church, the person who allegedly called to say Nancy never showed up, they were concerned. I think that, yes, they have gone out there and interviewed those individuals. And apparently there's some information that she would Zoom in a lot. And sometimes she would go, but sometimes she'd Zoom. So it was a combination play. And they're the ones that got suspicious that they didn't see her at church, is our understanding. I wonder what other homicides or other unsolved homicide was surrounded by a mysterious ransom letter, beauty pageants, Christmas Eve, pre-action. Yeah, great question.
Pretty uncommon in this day and age. We don't often see ransom letters, which makes these ransom demands are not common. Usually they're pretty straightforward, saying if you want to see her again, you'll pay us. Kidnapping for ransom is not a real common crime in the United States right now.
Yeah. Nancy, this is a great point. Hot Pocket. Hot Pocket 5501. Nancy took an Uber to get to Annie's house that night. Not sure why, but it seems really odd to me to have a woman that age take an Uber when it was just a few minutes away. I can't disagree with you. Anybody? Any other?
Yeah, I'll jump in on this one because
Mike.
So my mom doesn't drive anymore, and she'll take the rule is not the rule. The agreement we have with my sister and I is that she'll take an Uber if someone's having a family gathering. She'll take an Uber to the house, and then somebody will take her home afterwards. So, whether Annie was cooking, Annie and her husband were cooking dinner and busy getting ready for company to come over, and hey mom, it's game night. Come on over, take an Uber, we'll get you home. It's not as far fetched for me as it might be for other people.
Yeah, no, I agree, Mike.
That 5-minute car ride to go get mom to bring her to your house ends up taking 20 to 30 minutes. And if you're cooking or having company over and you have to entertain them, it can be a thorn in the side.
Nancy's also seen posing in some photos that appear to be fairly recent where she's having a cocktail. So I know a lot of people, including myself, when I used to drink, that if I had a cocktail or two and going out to dinner, I would take an Uber. So that doesn't seem overly concerning to me. But again, as others have said, why didn't the daughter, one of the daughters, Annie or the son-in-law come pick her up? I don't know. Just that to me is a little weird. The Uber itself, a lot of people take Ubers these days.
This is another good one. Why would abductors who wanting $6 million seemingly be in the house for 40 minutes not steal any of her jewelry?
Yeah, it's a good question.
That's a great point.
I wouldn't be surprised if something was taken, but not something of intrinsic value. For example, something that one had in their possession that could be incriminating, or something that, you know, pointed to, I could see something like that, that you take out of the house. But, you know, a computer or something, whatever. Okay. But as far as the financial value, no, I don't have any.
Mike Cobb, what are your takes on the president comments, Air Force One? You're the president of the United States. Thank you. Stay out of it.
Yeah, his comments were not particularly helpful. It caused a lot of people to believe that an arrest is imminent, and that the quote solution is imminent. And you know, I don't think it's that big a deal, but you know, the media was focused on it. And really it was more of a distraction than anything, in my opinion.
It reminds me of during the Manson trial, which was during the campaign in 1968, when Charlie Manson held up a newspaper that said that candidate Richard Nixon thought that Manson was guilty. And Manson held the newspaper up in front of the jury, and they were attempted to declare a mistrial because Manson had attempted to influence the jury that candidate Nixon said that he thought he was guilty. So probably the president, well, there's no probably about it. I don't get on I don't get on with you, Chris, and comment on geopolitical problems around the world. He should probably not comment on solving murders or disappearances of women.
Yeah, it seems to be a 21st century, 2026 phenomena around the world that politicians go up to the podium now, and everybody's an expert at saying something about something. I mean, if you just look at, I can't tell you how many times, you know, I've been corrected by, you know, the internet. Okay, so it's like, you know, okay, this is a new phenomenon that we have, and I think the problem with that is we're losing our critical thinking skills because people are thinking in bits and bytes, is what I say. Okay. And they need a 4-second, 5-second adrenaline run, okay, to feel good about, oh, wow, okay, so I'm right because I'm going to put it here, okay? And that has, you know, moved into a place of everybody has an opinion, and therefore they're all correct, including the politicians. I can't tell you one time in the hundreds of cases that I've worked where the mayor got on the podium and said, I just solved this murder. Okay. Not once. Okay. And all of that is a new phenomenon in our country that, quite frankly, we're forgetting. This is about an 84-year-old woman. Okay.
So, yeah, just another comment about the President Trump's comments. He was asked about it in his gaggle, as we all saw, but he also called Savannah Guthrie. He's been somewhat personally involved in this, and so I understand, I guess, why he answered the question. But he also, and you know, we can scoff at this, but he is the chief law enforcement officer in the country. And so he was briefed on it by most likely Kash Patel. And so he, you know, being the president and being Trump and his style is to answer those questions. So, but again, it wasn't particularly helpful. It was a distraction that was unnecessary. So,
yeah. And I love the fact that what you'll find on this panel is all of us have stood between blue and red. And what I mean by that is people have different opinions based on different, you know, whatever they feel. We, as in law enforcement, have been in the middle of all of that. We don't care what the red thinks. We don't care what the blue thinks. Okay. But all of us in our personal lives may be a blue or a red, but that doesn't mean, okay, we're going to throw it into the public arena. And it goes back to back to the old days. I had a guy one time say, I stopped him, and he said to me, he said, "Why'd you stop me, officer?" I said, "Well, sir, you were speeding." He said, "Speeding? I was looking at my speed thermometer." That's what he said. And I said, "You were looking at your speed thermometer?" He goes, "Yes, sir." I said, "Well, it must have said hot because you were going really fast. I'll be right back." Okay. And I walked back. I scratch anybody that doesn't even know, okay, how to say it's a speedometer, but it's a speed thermometer, i.e. it reads heat. Okay. They're going to get a ticket. And sometimes people say stupid things. And I have an opinion about stupid things sometimes. Doesn't make it right or wrong. It means sometimes I say stupid stuff. And so I think we just need to be a little more considerate of other people's opinions, even if it's the president of the United States. Okay. I mean, because guess what? There's going to be another president of the United States, and it may be a different color. Okay. And we're all Americans. And as when it shifts from an 84-year-old woman to what the president said or president thought, we're doing a disservice to Nancy Guthrie, in my opinion. Okay, because if she is not here at some point, investigators are going to stand over her body, and it would be potentially a panel just like this. And guess what? She doesn't have a color at that point. She's not red and she's not blue. Okay. And it would be their responsibility to tell her story. So, we need to start critically thinking a little bit more as a country, in my opinion. Because Bob kept thinking I had to go on a soapbox for 32 seconds. I do apologize. But at the same time, we're even watching two halftime shows, in America. And I think we need to watch one. We all need to get back together and figure this out, whatever that means. Dr. Mercado, would they say, go ahead.
Just as a side note to all this, there is a significant amount of criticism now coming out on social media about Trump ordering all of the resources of the federal government, of the federal law enforcement, to assist in this investigation. And it's coming from people that have missing children and or missing adults, siblings or children, or otherwise family members. And that's a legitimate criticism. So why is this case being given all of this priority by federal law enforcement when we have literally thousands of missing children in the country, recently missing children in the country, and adults?
Well,
so do you think that's the results of the media keeping it in the media?
Yes.
So the media is holding us hostage to this news story, because the media is not covering everything else, everybody else, excuse me. So the media doesn't cover the kids. The media doesn't cover the other adults. The media is covering this specific person. So we're being held hostage by the media on this topic. And so when they go to the president and say, "Hey, do you have an opinion of it?" If you ask him, "Do you have an opinion on the kid that was kidnapped from his bedroom last night?" The president would say, "Yeah, I feel sorry for that family too."
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. Yeah,
I don't think it's. I think it's the media that's holding us hostage on this.
Yeah, and I don't want to slide into this, political trap for conversation tonight. Right. I just want to. Here's the way I always look at it: God doesn't see in color. Why do we? Okay, it's that basic. Okay, it's that fundamental. How many transgenders have you stood over? Right, all of us here, and go, okay, he's not here with us. How many black people? How many Hispanic people? how many, GB, whatever the alphabet is, you just go down the list. Okay. We've stood over those bodies. Okay. There is no politics in that piece of the puzzle. Okay. At all, for me anyway. I've always tried to disassociate myself from that. And
So Chris,
Yeah.
just to clarify, my statements are not meant to be political
not
at
you.
all.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
you at all,
Yeah.
Bobby. I'm saying that the chat turns into this secondary, conversation, and we're going to lose the idea of why we're here tonight with Nancy. Okay. And I mean, trust me, it just goes that way. Okay. That's the way things look at right here. 1,000%. See, people are already, trust me, I've been doing this for 5 years on YouTube. Okay?
That's 10,000.
The moment you start talking red and blue, Gary, you and I have been doing this a couple of weekends, all of us here. Okay. It just gets lost. It gets lost. Okay. And so let's go back to this, the rest of these questions here.
Yeah.
Why were the perpetrators in Nancy house for 40 minutes? Thank you, super panel. We talked about that. And thank you for bringing that up. Wondering if phones were checked to confirm call from the church activity. Yes. I guarantee you that was occurring. I was just there, and you can particularly walk right up the Nancy driveway. Only 2 YouTubers there. Also, lots of press, but less officials. Okay, thank you.
Just because I've been reading the chat the entire night, I think people do feel, or at least a few people feel, that in our pretty rich discussion of this case, we've given no time at all to the question of the church connection. In fact, we haven't even mentioned it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people think it's a huge part of this story. Do we want to say anything about why we just don't think it's part of the narrative?
They would be connected to the, low risk victim. They would be in that circle. Anybody at the church will be interviewed by the FBI. Guys, Bob, what do you think? I mean, Mike, John?
Oh yeah, you're going to interview these people because your initial point of contact regarding her being missing comes from that church. And I don't think anybody would say that simply because somebody goes to church, they wouldn't be looked at as a potential suspect. You would have to be able to show a nexus between them. And so, as you said, Chris, I'm certain that they will all be interviewed.
Any other opinions on that?
I can't get a straight answer on whether she was even attending. I
Yeah.
say she was attending like virtual.
Yeah, via Zoom.
Yeah, great point. Let's see here. Report was Uber brought Nancy to daughter's house. Yes.
Asked and answered. Yep.
Yep. Let's see here.
One of the good things about using Ubers is that you have an electronic record that something happened.
Yes. Can disconnect BT without watch, just shut off BT phone. What's BT?
Bluetooth.
Oh, Bluetooth. Okay.
Yeah. I know what she means.
Okay, what do you got?
Well, you can disconnect, so you can just turn the pacemaker off via the Bluetooth setting on either the phone or the watch or both. So it could go, it could be within, in close proximity to it and still be on, still be operating appropriately. You can just switch that Bluetooth connection off of the phone or the watch. I think that's
for clarity, Bob. It's not turning the pacemaker off. It's just the monitoring of the device.
The connection, the Bluetooth connection.
Okay.
Yes.
The way it came out was you can turn the pacemaker off. So.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I meant to say you're turning the Bluetooth off, the connection. So
the monitoring the device.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Harry, this is yours.
Dr. Pratt, well, I don't know who they're referring to. Would who be parasitic? You mean in the whoever did this? Are they a parasitic person? Well, a parasitic person means an individual who is taking advantage of or capitalizing on an individual, in a sort of secondary way. Taking advantage of a deceased person would be, the accurate term would be saprophytic. Parasitic means somebody is still with us, and you're taking advantage of them. But I don't know. I mean, I certainly don't think that whoever this person is, it would be beyond them to be leech-like. I think this is definitely somebody of that kind of nature who uses people in a transactional way. So if that's what you mean, I mean, I think that kind of goes with the type of person we're thinking about. This is, I think, that a more accurate way to think about whoever did this is, if you're going to go to the animal world, is that they're more lizard-like, reptilian. The kind of person who sees it that, you're just lunch. There's no hard feelings, you're just lunch. I'm hungry. I got to do what I've got to do, and I think that's the kind of character you're dealing with. Reptile-like.
Is Savannah in denial about Annie's involvement?
Who knows?
We have no information. Yeah, who knows?
We don't know that Annie is involved, so.
Yeah.
Depending on your vehicle, a lot of them show when started mileage travel. You'd think Life 360, allow Uber. That's a great point. All of those digital footprint devices will be downloaded. And it's not just from Celebrite. There are other capabilities that they could bring into the situation. There are camera footage of them leaving Annie. So that is a great question. That may have been one of the reasons they went back into that camera on the back of the house. Maybe Ellie will follow him now that he's out. We're talking about the guy in LA. Totally agree. That's a possibility. I'm not out of the realm either, thinking that they twisted him, and they're, if in fact they're going to roll him into something else, right? As we were talking about earlier, door number 1 or door number 2, what direction you want to go. Body language, anything on Annie's siblings. Yep, we're going to try to figure out. We've got some folks that are going to will weigh in on that kind of stuff. But I think tomorrow the deadline's at 5:00. So I think tomorrow's going to be a really busy day for LE. And it's going to be interesting to see what's delivered tomorrow. Let's see here. Either went back and stayed behind after dropping off with sister. Why take pictures at their house if they already had car? Pictures of what? Great point. Great point. You're right. Why did they go back there, right? Ransom letters. What format were they in, and were they delivered in physical note or electronically? If electronically, easy to trace. Yes, they came in email format. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of it wasn't AI generated. I think some of the letter or the messaging that they read, the fact that it correlated right back to, the Silence of the Lambs, maybe somebody from a younger generation chat GPT'd something and cut a paragraph and put it in there, thought it was a good idea. Okay, because I thought that was really weird. What did you guys think of that?
Yeah, I agree. They said they were very grammatically correct. I think Harvey Levin said that and said they're very well written. So that would indicate maybe AI as well.
Yeah, great point, Bob. And hey, while we still got almost 20,000 people here, Mike, tell everybody about your website, and everybody get over to Mike's YouTube channel and subscribe to Mike's YouTube channel. Tell them the name of it and what you're doing.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I mean, tonight's conversation, the last couple of days, it's been kind of, I don't want to say dark, but it's troubling when innocent people are gone. So I created a YouTube channel earlier this year, last year, called Heroes on the Job, and it's police, fire, Coast Guard around the world, just in a positive light. It would be a pursuit, a fire truck going by, Coast Guard boats out in the ocean, Japan, Canada, U.S., down in Grand Cayman, you name it. We're going out there and posting it. So heroesonthejob.com on YouTube. And Heroes has an E on the end of it for the people like Chris that don't know how to spell.
And Mods, if somebody can pull his channel up and put it into the chat for people, we'd love that. And then we'll make sure that it's going to be a link to down below. And I'll also highlight it on my channel. I'll connect it to Mike's channel so that everybody can just go at the bottom of mine and you just click on it. And John, tell them about your new book coming while we've got a couple. I still got 9 more questions to go through for everybody in chats.
Okay, the new book that will be coming out later this year is called Bring Out Your Dead. And it's the 3rd book in my memoirs. And this covers my work as a crimes of violence detective, investigating murders, and a lot of really on-the-ground observations about investigating murders in really what was a city that the unofficial motto of the city we worked in is where the debris meets the sea. And the other 2 books are Service with a Sneer and Beach Blanket Bedlam, which cover my early years as a cop and a CSI. So if you like some true crime stuff with some attitude, probably people who've heard me talk would guess that I was often in trouble with my supervisors for my smart mouth. But the new book will be coming out later this year. And let's get to those questions, Chris.
Okay, awesome. And then, well, Bob, do you have a bunch of stuff too, right? Somewhere?
No, I can barely write my name. So I have nothing that I can author.
We love Bob. Bob he was one of the best mentors, cops out there. Trust me, guarantee it. Okay, so possibly, and Gary, we'll get to your book here in a minute because I'm going to pull it out. Possibly the guy in Hawthorne is aggressively pursuing repayment of alleged gambling debts owned by. Okay, rumors had gambling debt. Okay, well, we'll see how that unfolds. Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds. Would her peacemaker or monitor show proof of life? I'm not sure how that would report to doctor. Okay, my understanding, I had a doctor, a cardiologist weigh in. The pacemaker depends on how it's set up and depends on what her actual, total heart condition was, whatever that is. They can respond every hour, every quarter, every 4 hours, every 10 hours. It's a whole schedule, even up to 24 hours once a day or multiple times a day. So we don't know what her schedule was. I'm sure the authorities know it by now because obviously they've subpoenaed all those or talked to her doctor directly. Okay. But that said, I hope that helps answer your question. Could the captors have Nancy's medication in order to keep her alive or because she had not good outcome? Could the captors have Nancy's keep her alive? If so, that is a great question. Then again, it goes towards the premeditation aspect and the pre-planning of this situation. I think this is a disorganized crime scene, even though it looks organized. The back door
planned and kind of unraveled.
Or I just think they may have shot from the hip. There's too much overemphasis of bringing a lot of attention to the obviousness of something's gone on here. The blood on the porch, the back door left wide open, the cameras left, tore off the front door. Okay, that raises the risk of the offender. Every piece of that evidence there. And if this is the fact that, her purse is there, her cell phone's there, her keys are there. All of this really moves towards this idea that says, wait a minute, DLR doesn't look right. If this was an organized offender who is, targeting her for other reasons other than financial or something to that effect, then your crime scene is going to be tore up. Okay. You're going to see evidence of maybe SA. You're going to be seeing all this other stuff inside the bedroom, which they haven't released yet. So we don't know if that's going to play into this in totality. But you certainly wouldn't be getting ransom letters, and she certainly wouldn't be gone from that house. Okay. At all. Okay. I mean, we've had cases. Remember Carlsbad had that caper of the 89-year-old woman who was, 261 and 187 at the St. Mary's by the Sea. Remember that caper?
Mm-hmm.
That this kind of flows into this. That guy was willing to go into that place, which was a senior center, and attack her in the senior center. Okay, and actually took her life.
Mm-hmm.
In this situation, no,
when it comes to SAs, age doesn't matter.
Yeah, great point, Bobby. Great point.
You remember, since Bob, you raised the point about the Silence of the Lambs being quoted, and it's interesting. There's a scene in the Silence of the Lambs where they lay out all of the victims on a map. And Hannibal, who had examined the documents and gave them, back to Clarice, has handwritten on it a note pointing out that one of the victims' locations is so random that it looks like the elaborate way that some people lie, that you go out of your way to kind of make it look over there, like it's to randomize the. And Chris, that's what you're sort of suggesting with the leaving the door open and the blood on the porch and that it looks like the way that some people lie badly.
Well, here's a thought.
I mean, it's like throwing off the track too obviously.
How many burglars break into a house, leave the back door open, stay for 39 minutes, and then go out the front door?
All right.
If this guy broke into the house, he's going to close the door behind him.
Right.
Okay. Or at least make sure it closes. He's going to spend or do whatever they're going to do in the house. Okay. And then, while they're in there, they're like, okay, we're here for 39 minutes. What do we got to do next, Frank? Let's take her. Oh, that's a good idea. And then what are we going to do? Well, we can get $6 million in Bitcoin. I'm with you. We're in. Pull the car around. Okay, get the car. Okay, because we're gonna put her inside the car, and we're gonna, send some ransom letters, to so everybody goes, oh my gosh, she's been kidnapped. Okay.
Well, send the ransom letters to the media instead of the victim's family.
TMZ.
Yeah.
Let's send it. Oh, hey, who do we watch? Well, we both love TMZ. Let's send it to TMZ. Okay. And, oh, by the way, so we're covering our bases, the 2 local news stations that we watch here in Tucson, okay? Make sure they get a note too, okay? Well, Frank, you know how to, use different type of servers and anomalies so they can't trace our IP, so it's not, static or dynamic. Oh, yeah, I know how to do that. Okay, great. You write the note. Well, what do you mean I got to write the note? Go to ChatGPT and run it up, man.
Are you wondering if there was, during those 39 minutes, somebody made a phone call or was communicating with somebody else?
They know by now.
Because I was going to say, that'd be great. That'll help.
Yeah, I mean, but did you see just talking about it like that? Does it make sense?
The whole thing doesn't make sense.
So that's a disorganized. You got this guy, like you said, thinks he's a brain surgeon, when in fact, he's a chiropractor. Okay. No disrespect to our chiropractor. We love you guys.
Well,
okay.
Getting back to the
Yeah, back to the. We've got. Oh man,
on back with the
we love
chiropractor.
you guys. You guys, the audience. They keep putting in whole bunch of other. Why no discussion? We did. We talked about that earlier, Alicia. We talked about that earlier.
No, wait a minute. Go back to that question, Chris.
I just
About their
deleted-
son.
why no discussion about Tommaso and Annabelle.
And
So-
Well, it was about
Annie's
their
son.
son.
Annie's, yeah.
But the
We
son.
talked. Oh,
Annie's
okay.
son.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Maybe it's when I stepped
just
away.
deleted it accidentally. Can you rewrite the question? Oh, wait a minute. I can go back and find it. Hang on.
It was why is there no discussion
There it
about Tommaso and Annie's son?
And Annie's son. That's a
Okay.
great question.
Okay. I didn't know they had a son. Maybe it's what you guys talked about when I stepped away.
No,
No. Okay.
didn't bring it up.
Yeah. So I don't know anything about a son.
And there hasn't been a whisper that any element of the investigation has drifted in that direction. So, but it's obviously something that would be in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's clever the cops are allowing Annie to write her own prosecution. Okay. That's an interesting opinion for sure. With her family begging the culprit to bring her home when she's okay. Great comment. Let's see how, did you gentlemen see the video of a supposed FedEx driver that was shown looking in the windows? Yes, we did. I did see that. And he was arrested. So yes, that's a great point. And there was a Amazon package on her porch. No question about it. It's in the photographs. That is a great comment. Thank you. And thank you guys all for your generosity. I believe it said that when Nancy was dropped out of her home, the garage door opened about 9:48 and closed at 9:50. If she had mobility issues, why was she dropped off and not escorted in? Such a great comment.
We talked about that on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Such a great comment. Yeah, who drops her 84-year-old mom off in the garage?
Yeah.
I was afraid to put his hand.
You Neanderthal.
Yeah.
I'll make her take an Uber too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You know, I love it. Who would the kidnapping occur with with Savannah in Italy, right? No, that canceled her whole trip, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't it? And you just wonder, is there any tension behind the scenes, with all of that? Thank you, Mary. Thank you guys for your service. The only way I could love this more is if my personal hero, Dr. Ann Burgess, was on. Well, we love Ann too. And she's a very brilliant mind. And by the way, everybody calls her a profiler. Ann does not she's not a profiler. She's a forensic, nurse who worked at the BAU, and she brought all those guys in line by organizing and structuring all of the research that was ultimately put together. Okay. But when you do get,
is very impressive in its own. It's almost like it discounts how important that work was.
Yeah, because she was a forensic nurse, doctor, where she was interviewing all these offenders, and all that data put together the profile aspects of who to look for and why to look for them. So yeah, that's her. She's a legend. Anna's a legend. Is not the chief law. That title belongs to the Attorney General, oversees LEs. Okay, thank you so much. That's a great point. Hello, you guys are great. Have you heard that Tommaso was asked to do a polygraph test yesterday and you denied? Okay, there you go.
Don't know that.
I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that either. We'll find out. Who was to get her to church that morning? Well, there's two things being said. She zooms in, or sometimes, she'll get a ride. So we don't know.
But she still has a car.
Yeah, she's got the car at the house.
So she might still be driving.
Yeah.
So if it's daytime and a known location, short distance, she might feel comfortable doing that route back and forth.
Yeah, strange that a ransom of $6 million is requested from a woman who doesn't even have a Nest camera subscription. And if this woman was so feeble, why didn't she have this service? I can't answer that one. That's a great question.
I mean, to be honest, one of the things I most want to know that's sort of missing in the data set is it's very hard to understand the victimology, because all we really know of this missing individual, this woman, is this kind of caricature of her, that she's an 84-year-old woman who was beloved. But I think we have to really start to get the dynamics between her and each individual in the circle and her world or whatever to really understand this in a more fleshed out kind of way. But right now she's just sort of an archetype, you know. Do you guys agree we don't have enough info for a real victimology?
No,
Yeah,
and
I agree.
mean, we would exactly, archetype is the perfect word. We don't really have a personality. What we have is
Right.
the beloved mother.
A nice older lady who
Yes,
was
nice older lady.
what else is right.
And Parasite Annie could be freaking out because she and Hub did it, but aren't behind the ransom notes. Notes may be from someone who saw the crime scene and jumped at the opportunity. What a great point. That is a good point. That's a solid point. Thank you so much for bringing that up, and thank you for your kindness in that. Does the panel think the last 20-second message, language used, black shirt grief from the family, indicated mom is deceased? I'm going to let the rest
Perhaps.
of the panel, I'm going to let the rest of the panel weigh in, but I'm going to be surprised if she's still with us. That's my personal opinion based on my experience training. I'm hopeful, though, that she is out there and they can recover her, but I'm going to be surprised. John?
I'm going to dovetail on what you said. My training and experience, and it's one of those times when you hate your training and experience, makes me really doubt that she's still with us. I pray to God that she still is, but and I would think that members of the family would have to be concerned after the passage of a week that the outlook isn't good.
Yeah. And if this is 1,000 yen, as they say in Japan, domo arigatou gozaimasu, thank you very much, which is, when I was in Japan, a dollar was 365 yen. So as they say, domo, thank you, Robert. Okay, so this one here, become a YouTube member. Thank you. Let's get it. We're almost done, guys.
I'll just say in response to somebody in the audience said, I think Dr. Gary Mercado was very off base. Well, what I would say is, the idea of being a scientist is that you hypothesize, and if there's contrary evidence, you don't cry over it. You learn from it, and you come up with a new hypothesis. There's nobody here on this panel is saying, I got all the answers. We're taking available data and coming up with a hypothesis, and we welcome contrary information. We're not here to be mad if we're wrong, but this is not a contest. So that's okay. We can be wrong. We're fine. How many times, Chris, does that happen in the course?
Yeah,
of it?
I mean, those people that know me know I've been off base for my whole. They slapped my mother when I was born. I mean,
we don't tend to be too wrong with these things.
It's a no-brainer. I am the one off base. And Gary's. Yeah.
Welcome. That's how we learn.
If you want to see off base, just watch a 6-year-old T-ball game.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're on the second question about the garage. Can we prove that Nancy opened? No, that is a great point. And we talked about that the other day, where we want to know if there was a keypad. And I saw the evidence guys in that drone video that Brian Enton had, and who, by the way, in my opinion, is a really good journalist. That guy is out there, man. He's on the ground. He's got factual stuff, boom, and he delivers it appropriately.
A nice man.
Shout out to Brian Mantle.
He's a really nice guy too.
Great guy. Amazing journey. Go ahead,
So
Bobby.
that last question, anyone that had Nancy's phone would be able to open and close the garage door through an app called MyQ. And if she had one of those devices, and it sounds like she probably did. And so there may or may not be a keypad on the outside, but you can also open it with an app on MyQ.
Yeah.
And so that could have occurred as well.
Yeah, which would have been weird to that point earlier if her phone was in the car, which we said it's not, because obviously the sheriff came out and said, no, it's in her bedroom. So,
Well,
Cam,
yeah.
right, Bob? Did I get that?
But I have another, theory about that. If she never made it home and that the person had her phone, then they can open the garage door, walk in, of course, leave the phone in the bedroom during the staging process. That's what I think could have happened.
Totally agree. Gambling debt. So Nancy taken, family member was called from kidnappers while in house. Then he was forced to do ransom notes, possibly to get her back. Okay, so financial seems to be the motive of that comment. We agree that this could be a financial situation. We're just not sure if it's a stranger. I'm leaning again to somebody in the circle. Don't leave the house. Not yet. We'll go around the panel and we'll conclude with Dr. B, who you can tell everybody about your book. Mike, tell everybody one more time about your YouTube channel, please.
Heroes on the Job.
Heroes on the Job.
Law enforcement, fire, in pictures of them doing good work.
Hey, one other thing, Mike, I think is important. When somebody asked the other day, can officers be cross-sworn? And so would you answer that question from a task force position and tell them a little bit more about you? I know you're really humble.
Sure. So law enforcement can be cross-sworn. So I was sworn in as a deputy sheriff. So I have my California law enforcement powers, but then also I was deputized as a federal agent. So when I was on the task force for those 5 years. So it's done all the time. Various task forces across the nation and all the states. So you have dual authority, whether it be federal law or state law, in those instances. As far as background, like I said, I was very privileged in my career chasing terrorists across the U.S. and abroad. Had some good times, good stories. Promoted up, went into management, had some great teams, great folks that I was fortunate enough to manage, and retired, and here I am now traveling the world and posting pictures of police cars and fire trucks. It's slowing it down. and he's also he hijacked and correct me if I'm wrong, he hijacked a ice cream truck one time, or your team did. You go, okay, give him a 3-minute war story how that came about. Just 3 minutes war story. We had an undercover operation going on, and the two case agents were both feds, and they were set up in a kind of like a convex container with cameras and displays up and radios and everything. And they were sitting there with all their FBI garb on. One of my guys was selling ice cream on the side of the street as a lookout. I'm in the back, probably, I don't know, a couple hundred yards back of a dead end road in a car with 3 other guys all armed. We were the response team, and Crook shows up. Instead of going to the location he was supposed to go to, he ends up inside the convex container with the FBI agents with all their garb. The gig's up. We come screaming in, and people went to jail, and FBI guys got a little embarrassed because they didn't lock the door. To it was as simple as that, of locking the door, but of all they had to do. And as a result, we cut our investigation early. Still got a prosecution out of it. But and then one of the big cases we had was Adam Gadon out of Orange County. FBI's Most Wanted.
You guys
Went
probably know that
overseas.
one. He was international. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was one of our cases that we worked. So very happy
Well,
with.
tell them the story of that, because that's you played this game. That's why you're here.
Adam Gadon converted to Islam, went overseas and became a translator and a major player over there. And so during the war, bad things were happening, and we investigated him. He denounced his citizenship, denounced his parents, and claimed Islam was his new founding. As a result, because of his actions, he was charged with treason. First person charged with treason in the U.S. since, I think, Civil War days. I forget the true stat on that. But yeah, got FBI's Most Wanted and top 10. And then he was eliminated by the military.
And he was the spokesperson for ISIS, right?
He was a spokesperson. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was in a lot of videos.
He's a lot of videos, a lot of recruiting, and yeah, had a evil side to him that, and that's kind of one of the takeaways of the conversations like this, Chris, is that everybody that subscribes to you and that we're talking about it, on the panel, we're all good-natured people. So when something evil happens, it's so hard to fathom that somebody could be so evil as to take an 84-year-old woman from her house and do nefarious things to her, potentially, or even just take her from her house if she's kidnapped and nothing's wrong with her. But because we don't think like that, it's almost unfathomable that these things occur. And we always have to I always get reminded, there is truly evil in the world. And everybody here on the panel has seen it and lived through it. But sometimes the subscribers we have don't remember that as often as we do. And so it's just, these things aren't unfathomable because evil exists. So that's my soapbox.
Sounds like he's describing the whole portion of my book.
Word for word. I'll write the opening for you.
I already wrote it. He's describing the whole portion of what the book is about. That's why we use the word evil, because we can't imagine that it's within human capacity to do some of these things.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. But so I appreciate that. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you.
That's a whole other show, Chris.
Exactly. Yeah. So Heroes on the Job. Subscribe to it. Love to have you follow and go from there. Thanks, Chris, for the opportunity.
I've already,
Michael, anytime with you. And Mike's he's the real deal. Bob's the real deal. Trust me. John's the real deal. All of us combined, have seen a lot of different things in our time. And that's why we're able to, critically think through this process. I'm hoping that the deadline, whatever's going to happen tomorrow, maybe there'll be some movement. We'll see what happens, but, hit John's books up, go, subscribe to Mike's new channel. He just started it recently and it's fantastic. So you got to go see it again. I'm going to put it at the bottom. And now this guy over here who's written one of the most amazing books on Amazon. If you haven't bought it, hang on, let me go grab a copy. But Gary,
you can buy it on Amazon, but it's all over the place. Go to Barnes and Noble for it. Really, is where most people. Oh, that one. That one is awesome. That's an Amazon purchase, right? You get it on. It's independently published and available on Amazon.
Yeah, and your book is. I consider The New Evil to be this is a reference book. If you want to learn about evil and murder, this is basically, you need this as your first purchase.
I was happy I found out that there's a course about it at Florida Gulf Coast
Wow.
University. I mean, it's a course on evil, and that's the textbook. So I'm just really happy about that.
That's great.
That was great.
And Gary's humble because he's got 119 years worth of data from research from Columbia University that he's put together and other, and so,
Yeah.
and he had an opportunity,
Yeah.
his mentor was,
Michael Stone.
Mike Stone. So go buy the book. The link's gonna be below. It's really the worst of the worst, and there are categories of these different players. And you're saying that tonight you would plug this guy in who has kidnapped or who's ever done this to Nancy. Hopefully she's still with us, but he's going to fall into the number 11. Would you say that?
If based on what we know, if something changes, if we find out there was a torture element or an SA element or some other thing that would alter, if there's murder, multiple murder, we have to wait. But based on, there's a moving target in terms of where this person would fall. But so far, and I just want to take an opportunity to say that one thing that has happened as a result of getting together and talking about this is I've made some new friends and gotten to talk to some brilliant people, and what I love is being around the kind of people that I would describe as the salt of the earth, and I think all of you very clearly are salt of the earth. Chris and I go back some years, and then I met John Lamb along the way, and now I've got to meet Bob and Mike, and it's really a pleasure. And I love our texting in real time and the brainstorming, because when you get a bunch of smart people together and you get kind of enthused about bringing down bad guys, it's really a lot of fun. So it's been a joy for me. And I also think it's also nice to be with people who are philosophical and kind of think also about the larger picture of why people do terrible things and the darkness in the world and all of that. So it's, because I have to say, this kind of business can get lonesome. You don't get invited to too many cocktail parties to talk about this stuff. So you get a bunch of people together who all say, let's have a deep chat about why somebody would commit a horrendous murder, and a 2-hour chat about blood spatter. That's not for everybody, but so I think that's good, and I think it helps people getting together and talking about this stuff. What it does is it makes the unfathomable fathomable for people. And as a matter of fact, the book that I am working on, the follow-up book that I'm drafting for New Evil, is really where I'm going in and talking to people who were directly impacted by or involved in, or law enforcement involved in 25 cases that are so horrendous, so unfathomable, media reported cases, that I want to understand them better. And that by doing that, they become more, just to make them more fathomable from a human perspective, right? So there are cases that are just so disturbing, so awful, I can't make sense. And I've gotten to talk to people who were victimized by them, or were the reporters that went in, or the cops or experts that focus on these strange crimes. So I agree with your point, Mike, about the unfathomable, and how that sends us groping for explanations that are sometimes really out there. But I think the best way to approach a crime is to think, as a human being, right? What circumstances could bring me to do this thing? What external circumstances? And if I can't find one, it's probably just my personality and fantasy world that's making me do it. And then I'm more likely to keep doing it. Right. But in this case, I think we got to figure out who's extraneous, whose outside circumstances would drive them, who benefits. And that's the simplest place to start. Don't you think, Chris?
I think I concur 1,000%. Right.
So that's my feeling. And that's, we do not say that because we think, we know who it is, and we're, casting aspersions. I just think it's logic. Logic is leading us to ask certain questions, and I have to say, this case is getting solved. This is not going to turn into a cold case.
Yeah, no.
I think it's a matter of time.
I concur. We've got 4 more comments here.
Oh, we still have more.
And then we're going to go to Hawaii. If she's still not here with us, then do you think they would actually still pay the ransom? They would have to get rid of her eventually. That is a great point, Brandy. And you know what? The hardest part about all of this is this family is under that pressure. If
Yes.
if it's a scammer or a hoaxer, I mean, how cruel is that to put a family through all of this for the sake of the dollar bill? And you are 1,000% right. If they pay and Nancy is not returned, and it was a hoax that whole time with that piece of the puzzle, then I hope they hunt those people down, and justice can be taken care of in that situation, because nobody should ever have to experience that level of pain. Someone said today, if she was kidnapped, the Camron neighborhood would have catch them leaving, and they never did. You guys believe she's around the house. I think we all came to the conclusion, even again tonight, that you don't leave the house yet. This is a low-risk victim, so that means somewhere in the scenario there's a connection. I think there's two parallel investigations going. You've got the FBI running with the ransom notes and all of that stuff, but you also have the sheriffs doing their thing independent of the FBI. And both of those trains have left the station, and at some point they're going to cross when they come back to the first stop. And I am so sorry to hear about this. My dad, Kevin Will Quicker, was taken in 2013. That's horrible to hear.
Horrible.
Could the perp have taken her to the front door to get the Nest camera to keep her from calling help? Best conversation. That's a great question. Unknown at this point. Okay, we've been here 4 hours. Holy cow. It just flew. Better than the...
Daisy wanted to know about my golden retriever.
Yes, please.
I turned the camera off because I had to wake him up because he was having a bad dream about 10 minutes ago. He's asleep on the sofa
What's his name?
behind me.
Johnny, they want to know
He's fine. His name is Andy, and he's my buddy. So other than having a bad dream, he's wonderful, and thank you for asking about him.
Yeah. All right. Any other final thoughts, final words from anybody on the panel? You guys would, again, thank you for cutting your time out here for us, and we're going to keep. We'll do as long as you guys are enjoying it. And these guys are available. We'll keep assembling a group of thinkers.
Good to be with all of you, everyone on the panel, all of the subscribers and people contributing tonight. It's been very interesting, and we'll see what happens. My heart goes out to the Guthrie family, and I'm really hoping that we have some resolution to this very, very soon.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for sure.
I think
All right, everybody. As I said,
dedicate to the family. Yeah.
if you could
Absolutely.
hit the thumbs up, which helps the algorithm as you're on your way out. There's 15,000, almost 16,000 people here. Please hit the thumb. Get over to Mike's channel. Subscribe over there. Buy Gary's book. Buy John's book. And Bob and I are going to go make a milkshake or something. And
Yeah, we're going to go have some. I'm ready for some ice
We'll tell you
cream.
what the recipe is.
On the stolen ice cream truck.
As they say in Hawaii,
I got a task force officer that'll sell it for you.
yeah,
All right, guys.
be akamai, take care of each other. Remember, God loves you, and he'll never abandon you. He's always there. So aloha, everybody. Have a good evening. Thank you,
Good night.
everybody.
All right. Take care. Good night.
Hard working every day. I'm stressed out 24/7, babe. No timeouts. Wish we could fly away. You and I go to our favorite place. Oh yeah. Make special memories together. I'll be your company now and forever. I say we fly away, you and me. we're taking away. Yeah, we're taking away. We'll never come down. We're going away. Yeah, we're going away. You and me. Feeling the sun on my face in a while.